Yep, Mr. Chairman. Senator Beitman. Senator Brennan. Senator Rothfuss. Senator Steinmetz. Representative Allred. Representative Andrew, excused this morning. Representative Berger.
Here. Here.
Representative Brown.
Here.
Representative Clouston.
He's coming. He's just, there he is walking in the door.
Representative Lawley. Representative Obermueller.
Here.
Representative Provenza.
Here.
Co-Chairman Scott.
Here.
Chairman Northrup.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you very much. All right. Chairman Scott, do you have any comments?
Would just have one comment, Mr. Chairman, and that relates to the mental health issue that been one of our interim topics. We don't have any legislation on that. There is some material in the packets, I believe. And Mr. Chairman, just for the record, we have paid attention to that, and it looks to me like the key issues are resource issues that are best dealt with in a recalibration rather than an interim study at this point. So we do see an increase in time over the number of people the school districts are employing, looking at mental health issues. They're counting some people that I don't think really have anything to do with mental health, PTs and OTs. But there is a real gradual increase. And I think the real question is a resource one that is best dealt with in recalibration. So that's, Mr. Chairman, I think why the committee has not produced legislation on that issue. It's not that we ignored it.
Thank you. I have to agree. Everybody here is familiar with the decorum, and please act as adults, respect each other, do all that kind of crazy things. Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just to tie on to Chairman Scott's comments, I just want to inform the committee the mental health and vulnerable adult task force did forward a piece of legislation to the Joint Appropriations Committee with regards to K-12 mental health resources. I don't know when they'll take that bill up or if they will, but it did remove the current pupil support and counselor resources within the block grant outside of the block grant. And it funds them as a separate categorical grant, and then separately funds nurses, counselors, and pupil support resources in alignment with your legislative consultant's recommendations from the 2020 recalibration. I believe the cost is approximately around $15 million per year, more than what the block grant currently funds. So I just wanted to advise the committee that task force did forward legislation, not to this committee, but to the Joint Appropriations Committee.
Senator Rothfuss, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, when we worked on putting together the topic, there was a primary theme on the mental health topic of not just providing resources to address mental health needs, but actually looking at the cause for the mental health challenges in the schools. That was really the challenge that the Education Committee was responsible for, rather than just looking at the recalibration and the numbers to address the costs associated with providing mental health. So again, looking back at the original Management Council discussion, the proposals that were going in, it was the idea that we've created quite a stressful environment over the past few years with enhanced testing, enhanced rigor of standards, and we have seen a decline in the mental health of the school population to a large degree based on policies that came out of with the best intentions, the Education Committee over the years. So it was certainly my hope that we would address that challenge and that we would look for ways to improve mental health through returning some of the joy of education, joy of learning, making school fun again, those types of concepts, decreasing the pressure on teachers that lead to their mental health challenges. So rather than just focusing on having enough people to address the emergent challenges due to our mental health struggles, addressing the cause of those mental health struggles. And that should have been something that we worked on, and I'm disappointed we didn't work on it.
On skepticism of that, Mr. Chairman, I think that the problems are general societal problems and the fact that certain of the mental illnesses do often first express when the kids are still in school, particularly high school. I don't think that we've created the kind of high pressure and atmosphere that would induce mental health problems, although some of the problems may be that when the kids do not learn adequately the reading skills in the primary grades and can't function as effectively at high school, that may be producing a certain amount of the symptoms we're seeing, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Scott, go ahead. Or I'm sorry, Senator Office, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So last year and the prior year, feedback from our educators and feedback from the students that provided testimony were the driving force for the concerns that led to this coming as an interim topic, where we looked at the challenges of the causal side. Again, perhaps Chairman Scott is correct, and perhaps the narrative that was provided by the teachers, the educators, the administrators, and the students were not accurate. But it would have, I think, been helpful for the committee to have provided and afforded the opportunity to take that testimony and to understand what they perceived as the causes were, instead of asserting the causes and concluding based on what we perceived as the education committee without taking that testimony. So the good Coach Sherman and I will probably have to disagree on this one.
So the next item up on our agenda is 24 LSO 0202, School Finance Regional Cost Adjustment Study. And with that, we have Tanya Heitrek from the Operations Manager Legislative Service Office to walk us through the bill. Please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, members of the committee. Again, Tanya Heitrek with the Legislative Service Office. We do have Dr. Taylor as well. She's joining us via Zoom, and Matt Wilmarth is also assisting with this. Recall that this bill was requested by the committee at the August meeting, and staff was directed to work with Dr. Taylor to identify data elements that would be helpful in the study of the regional cost adjustment, which is utilized in the Education Resource Block Grant model. And with that, I'll go ahead and walk through the bill. Section 1, page 1, line 8 begins section 1 through page 5. And this lists the various data collections suggested by Dr. Taylor. Paragraph 1 on page 2, lines 2 through 15, requires school districts to report vacancy information to the state superintendent for various categories for school year 24-25 and 25-26. And I'll go ahead, I know in conversations with Chairman Scott, he had questions about why there is data collection for the second school year if recalibration is going to take place in 2025. And the reason for that is this is your opportunity through legislation to ensure you have that data set going forward. And so in the event that you did adopt a different methodology for the regional cost adjustment, this would ensure you had the data to update it going forward. Moving forward, I would note on page 2, line 12, that should be paragraph. We'll make that change in finalizing the bill draft. Paragraph 2, page 2, line 17 through page 3, line 2, requires school districts to report the average mileage reimbursed for travel by school employees in the course and scope of their employment, again, for school year 24-25 and 25-26. Paragraph 3 on page 3, lines 4 through 7, requires school districts to report to the state construction department the insured value of each school building and facility, the estimated replacement, and the age of each school building. I would note, I think the state construction department has some of this information, but in the event they don't, this will command the school districts to provide it. Subsection B on page 3, lines 9 through 16, requires the state superintendent and the state construction department to report the data collected under the previously noted provisions to LSO on March 31st of 2025, which would be just prior to your 2025 recalibration effort taking place, and then March 30th of 2026, which would be, sort of right at the tail end of your session. Subsection C, page 3, line 18 through page 4, line 9, requires the Wyoming Department of Workforce Services to report wage information by county, by occupation, for school district employees that leave the profession, both the wage and their title prior to departing, as well as their new wage and occupational title. Again, for this is actually a look back period, so it's for school year 23-24 and 24-25 because it's not real-time data, so it'll have to be 1 year post collection. Subsection D identifies additional data to be reported to LSO for school year 24-25 and 25-26. Paragraph 1, page 4, line 16, through page 5, line 3, requires the Wyoming Retirement System to report the date school district employees are eligible to receive 100% of their retirement benefits and marital status if that can be obtained by looking at their beneficiary information. Paragraph 2 on page 5, lines 5 through 18 requires the Wyoming Department of Transportation to report to LSO the mileage for the shortest practicable route between each city, town in Wyoming, and also the mileage by roadway from each school building and facility to the center of the nearest town with at least 15,000 people and the nearest city with at least 50,000 people or more. Paragraph 3, page 5, lines 20 through 23 requires the Department of Administration and Information, Division of Economic Analysis to report the population for each town, city, and county located in Wyoming. And then finally on page 6, line 2 is the effective date, and this act is effective July 1st of 2024. Subject to your questions, Mr. Chairman, and I would say if you have questions about substantively about the data collections, not the mechanics of the bill draft, those are probably best directed to Dr. Taylor.
Chairman Scott, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, and that's a fine run through the mechanics of the bill and whatnot. What it doesn't tell, and probably not appropriate, for you to really articulate the why do we need this kind of thing. So what I'd like to know is where did this bill come from and who should we ask? Why is it important that we do this?
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Scott, this bill is a committee request. At the last meeting, you requested the LSO, the committee requested the LSO work with Dr. Taylor to basically come up with a wish list of data that she could have access to if she were to prepare sort of the best and the brightest version of a regional cost adjustment. And these are the data sets that she either doesn't have access to or may need access to in preparing that. I mean, without seeing the data, and I let Dr. Taylor speak to this, but without seeing the data, the relevance or, how it will play into the creation of the regional cost adjustment, I don't know that we know that currently. Dr. Taylor, do you have comments on this subject?
Yes, thank you for the invitation to answer the question, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. In prior work that I've done on behalf of the state of Wyoming, we have determined that there are variations in teacher compensation that arise from underlying characteristics of the communities in which school districts are located, or in the communities in which specific schools are located. One of those that was very salient in helping us to understand why some districts must pay higher wages than other districts was the geographic remoteness of that particular community. And the prior work, however, was based on calculations, longitude and latitude-based calculations of as the crow flies distances. And as we know in Wyoming, crows fly straight and roads don't. And so the actual mileage, the road travel mileage are a better measure of the isolation of various communities and therefore the factors that drive up the cost of hiring in those communities. It's clearly outside of school district control, how distant they are, how remote they are. And this is something that would allow for a more refined and more credible measure of costs outside of school district control. I'd be glad to speak to any of the other metrics that we've requested. None of them is a deal breaker, but all of them would enhance the quality of a regional cost adjustment and therefore the credibility with the constituencies that need to be on board in Wyoming.
Senator Steinmetz, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. I just have a couple of questions on the bill. One pertaining to the Wyoming Department of Transportation and their mileage estimate. Is that not possible to get through Google Maps? I know that our staff figures our mileage through that application, and so I was wondering why we actually need a report from WYDOT. So that's one question. And then the other one is for workforce services, because I'm very cognizant of when we require more reports, the agencies and the staff time that it takes. And sometimes, this would be a handy report, but sometimes it's difficult. So have you anticipated whether workforce services is able to produce that report in a manner that doesn't require a heavy workload for them? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question. As first to the question about distances between locations, yes, it is possible to scrape that data from Google Maps. It is something that I suspect folks in the Department of Transportation would be more effective, efficient, and cost-effective in collecting than it would be for me to do so. But it's perfectly should you decide not to make this directive, then the data will need to be collected elsewhere, and the costs are likely to be higher to the state of Wyoming. In terms of the time, given the fact that the Department of Transportation has greater expertise in these kind of road conditions and distances, they may very well have such data already in hand. As to the question, the second part of the question, which was looking at the issue of the Workforce Commission data with respect to teacher departures, that data is, to the best of my knowledge, something that they have access to if the teacher takes on a employment elsewhere in the state of Wyoming in an occupation that is covered by the unemployment insurance system. If that is not so, if they take employment outside of the state of Wyoming, then this would not be something that could be collected. But there is great suspicion that teachers are leaving our school districts for jobs that pay better outside of education, but we don't know how much better. We don't even know if that statement is true. And that's one of the things that is likely to affect our ability to give the best possible estimates of the opportunities outside of teaching available to teachers.
Chairman Scott.
Mr. Chairman, follow up on that. When I was in Committee 10, we were evaluating the effect of the welfare reform. We did exactly what she's talking about. And you get very informative data as to where those people are going within the state of Wyoming, but you'll have a percentage that's going outside. You'll find out what that percentage is. They simply can't identify them and can't tell you whether they went to employment or stayed in Wyoming and ceased to be employed, retired, or something. But you can get quite a bit of valuable data that way. And you can only get it from that source. They've got the ability to read.
Excellent. Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Just a follow-up question from the senator on that. On page 4, we're kind of talking about line 5. We're talking about gathering this information about those who leave in their new occupation. Isn't this really, to the extent possible, mean, this is voluntary information, right? I mean, a person leaves, they have no obligation to say where they're going or how much they're going to be paid, right?
Dr. Taylor, would you like to answer that?
Yes, sir. This is information we're hoping to collect from the Unemployment Insurance Administration records, and that does not require that the employee volunteer any particular information. It is something that is collected as part of the unemployment insurance system.
Go ahead. Representative Wheeler.
Yeah, if a person, that's a kind of a subset though, isn't it? People that are eligible for unemployment is a certain subset of those employees that are leaving. Not everybody that leaves the employment can go down to the unemployment office and start being paid. So that's a subset within a subset.
If I may, sir.
Go ahead.
The unemployment insurance system keeps information on your earnings, because that will determine the size of the unemployment compensation you would receive were you to become unemployed, whether or not you leave the in an insured condition. So the data is collected whether or not you your departure was one that would make you eligible for benefits or not. So it is definitely going to be a much broader coverage of individuals. The only folks that don't get captured well by the unemployment insurance system are those who go into certain agricultural occupations.
Senator Office, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So one of the concerns with the way the legislation is structured, but I don't think it needs to be achieved with the intent, Dr. Taylor, is that as structured, you basically have named individuals. So you have individual persons that are being reported by districts, by the department, et cetera. My assumption is that you just need that data in an aggregated, anonymous way at a certain level. I think we need to understand a little bit better, and my assumption is that you're trying to do this at a granularity of a county basis, but maybe you're trying to look more granular than that. What level do we need to aggregate at and anonymize at all of this information when it's being reported so that you have sufficient data for the RCA and we protect the privacy rights of the individuals?
Dr. Taylor?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, no, I have absolutely no interest in names and employment links. I would prefer more aggregate data. What we're trying to get is simply a measure of the kinds of jobs that teachers take on or other school personnel take on when they leave the school district, to see whether or not the bus drivers are going into the oil fields, as rumor will tell you, or whether or not the teachers are taking jobs at Walmart, or they're taking jobs someplace else. And so the level of aggregation is the county by occupation. So teachers took jobs in these 7 occupations, and the average pay across those occupations was N, whatever N happens to be. I do not have any need for information at the individual level. I would have no desire to violate individuals' privacy rights. I do note, however, that in conducting the analyses I've done historically on behalf of the state, I have signed all necessary agreements to be provided with de-identified data on these individuals and hold those data very closely and carefully. There has been no breach of confidentiality with the data that I currently have access to.
Mr. Chairman, follow-up?
Sure, follow up.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. And yeah, we understand that. We just want to make sure that we have minimization of non-anonymized data transfers even within the state. So that's one of the priorities we have. So county level by occupation makes good sense on that. Another question that I have is, it was my expectation that a Wyoming cost of living index on a lower scale, in other words, a county scale, that as opposed to what we have right now, where we have regional Wyoming cost of living indices that are available, was one of the things that you'd ask for, but I don't see that here. And so is the occupational wage, comparable wage information that you're seeking on a county basis sufficient, or should there be cost of living on a county basis provided in some way by the Economic Analysis Division as well?
Dr. Taylor?
Thank you, Senator Rosses. The issue really is one of return on investment. In order to get the Wyoming Cost of Living Index to the granularity of the county, you would have a data collection challenge of getting price of eggs in all of the counties, et cetera, et cetera. The level of detail currently available on the non-housing items plus existing housing data should be sufficient to the task with the Wyoming Cost of Living Index. My greatest concerns with that index have not been about the price data that's being collected, but rather about the weights attached to the various consumables.
Representative Overmiller, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Does this bill compel a person leaving the school district to disclose information about their new occupation or their new wage that they otherwise aren't already compelled to do?
Dr. Taylor, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. No, it does not.
Further questions? Chairman Scott, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, we talked a little about the privacy issue. Am I right in thinking that the unemployment tax people who actually collect this data make sure that privacy is protected and we don't have to worry about it further in this bill?
Yes, sir, that's my understanding.
Go ahead, Senator Rothfuss.
Where we have statutory requests for information transfers, that the information, if it's implied to be associated with a name, will be transferred with a name. They won't do the aggregation at the lower level. If we tell them to do the aggregation at the lower level, they will transfer aggregated data. As written, I would expect individual data pieces to be transferred in association with every job and every other aspect. So even though we have data protection in place, the reality is the less transfers of non-anonymized data, so identified data, the fewer transfers that you have and the fewer locations that exist, the better the safety of your data is. So if we don't need to make a transfer of identified data, we should not imply through this statute the transfer, because it's just much easier for an entity to copy the data set, send the data set, move on with life. And if that's not what we want, which is certainly not what I want, we should make it clear that we want the transfers of data and the data available to Dr. Taylor to be aggregated and anonymized as appropriate based on the bidding categories that we want, and that will reduce the potential exposure to that data.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, if I might, you may be able to just add provision to A on page 1. We can gen up some language that captures what Senator Rothfuss was getting at.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's there, and employment data somewhere else, workforce services, there it is, bottom of page 3 on page 4, I think would imply the possibility of identified data where it would be very easy to just have the classification there as well.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, yes, certainly, or we could just create a new paragraph that states all of the data that to be collected and under this act shall XYZ.
Perfect.
I think that's correct. We should have a new paragraph. Anybody else? Any questions, comments, thoughts for Dr. Taylor?
Chairman.
Go ahead, Chairman Scott.
On these dates, we've got a number of places where we're wanting data in on March 31, 2026. And that's right after the adjournment of the session where we'll deal with the regional cost adjustment, Mr. Chairman. And I am wondering why we shouldn't substitute for that date either January 16th of 2026, which would get us the information, Mr. Chairman, about a month before the budget session starts, or February 6th of 2026. Both of those dates would be Fridays, which would be, I believe, the Friday before the budget session starts. So we do have that data to look at when we're considering the budget session. My question is, what harm do we do if we change those dates to one of those other two?
Let me ask Tanya first. Go ahead, Tanya, or Matt.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, this was our attempt to anticipate if the policy change by the legislature to update its regional cost adjustment, that you would have an informed regional cost adjustment during the recalibration. And it's been the recommendation to update that more frequently than the 18 years that you're currently sitting at with your 2005 hedonic wage index. And so allowing that data to be reported, whether it's March or a date sooner, allows it to be updated for that following school year. Is March the right date right now? I think it is, but I don't know if the Department of Education, the Workforce Services Department can, or the retirement system can provide those data sooner. There's a sensitivity to the time frame when you want to update those data to ensure you're capturing the most recent school year. And if you move it up too soon, you won't have the ability to have Dr. Taylor to rerun her analysis in time to update for the next school year. If the data, currently, just for example, the Department of Education staffing data that they collect as of October 1st of each school year isn't adjudicated until sometime late December, early January. I think it is a little aggressive on the schedule to expect a rerun of the regional cost adjustment by January or February.
You have a comment to that, Chairman Scott?
Mr. Chairman, I got to think about my instinct, Mr. Chairman, is to switch the dates such that we do have the information available, and then see who complains. But because this is our last joint interim meeting, but there'll be plenty of time to change it during session if we do get complaints on that. I think maybe we're better served to be a little more aggressive and then back off if we have to, Mr. Chairman. But I want to think about that for a few minutes.
I would go with the experience of the staff and what they have done in the past, and knowing that how this all works with their experience. So.
And frankly, Mr. Chairman, the recommendation may be to update the regional stuff more frequently than the recalibration, and I'm skeptical of that too.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess my side of things is I would err on the side of caution. I don't think we want to push this so fast that we don't get accurate data, right? And I look at, it's no different anywhere else in this state and in this country right now, getting qualified people into the positions that we need them in. We certainly have good people at the Department of Ed, and I think Mr. Wilmarth was just saying, putting a stacking report after report after report on their average daily tasks, and crunching that time frame down just for us to be able to potentially make a difference, I don't think is worth it, in my opinion. So I think if we're going to move that as a potentiality, I don't necessarily like that idea. I think we need to make sure that we do this right, and I don't think that it's in our best interest to rush the data in an effort just to have it. I understand where the chairman is coming from, that if we're not somewhat aggressive on it, that it may not get done, and I get that. But I also want to make sure that this is the quality data that we're all seeking for and that we all ask for in order to make our qualified judgments on the RCA and ECA. I don't think it's in our best interest to go hurry up and get it to us so we can rush judgment really quick. So I would caution against that very heavily. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, again, the guardrails on this data timeframe is to ensure that if the legislature does make a policy choice to update its current regional and cost adjustment, that the data collection requirements are already there, that you don't, in your 2026 legislative session, have to request another data collection that you should have already collected. And it's not meant to be a real-time update in February or January of that session. We'll have to align all these data that feed into the regional cost adjustment. And again, the intent of that second year is to ensure that in the case the legislature does move forward with updating its regional cost adjustment, that the data collection requirements are already in place. Whether that, again, whether it's March sooner or even later than March, you'll have the opportunity to have that data reported to be incorporated into a updated, more timely regional cost adjustment going forward.
Further comments? Chairman Scott, go ahead.
On the issue of asking the highway department for some of that data. I must say, if I were the highway department, I'd be tempted to send over the most recent state road map and say, it's all there. There's your report. Do we really need that? Is that going to be a major computational difficulty in putting this together if we don't have it? And how do we prevent the highway department from reacting just that way?
Well, and to that extent, I think that if you ask Dr. Taylor to compile the data, then she's going to put more time in, and her time is probably a lot more expensive.
Yeah,
White House
I
time.
can
So
see that.
go ahead. Representative Brown.
I also echo slightly both senators' statements on the YDOT stuff. As chairman on that committee, I can tell you that they have plenty going on as well on a day-to-day basis. And so I echo the sentiment of going to Google Maps and saying, type this in. But I also recognize what Dr. Taylor is saying, and there is probably a good middle ground, maybe. We don't have to swing to both extremes here. But the other thing that I would say on this is one thing that I can never say about any of our decision making is having too much data. And having too much data or more data is a heck of a lot better than not having enough or questioning the data sets that we get and whether or not those are errored because they have investors somewhere or something along those lines. We can go down rabbit holes all over the place. What's nice about using our government that we pay for out of this body is that it's an objective truth, right? We can't fight that data set. So I, again, would strongly urge, I like the methodology and I like what we've developed here. And I think Dr. Taylor is not coming to us asking us for outrageous and outlandish data sets. I think she's asking for us to move forward a piece of legislation that says this is what I need in order to give you guys the information that you're asking for. So that's, I think I understand, and I think we've had good discussion on, data privacy and all that kind of stuff. But I think at the end of the day, we asked our staff and Dr. Taylor to put this together. And this is what came of it. And for us to nitpick it apart saying, well, I don't know that this is really what we want, seems a little backwards thinking, in my opinion. Thank you.
Question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On Representative Landon's point, I think this is probably 2 hours of work for the Department of Transportation, so I think they'll be fine. Yeah, at one time, and they might even have it on a shelf somewhere for the 99 municipalities, and then you couple that with most recent census data, and Dr. Taylor has what she needs on that location data. On the school facility data, I do think, and I don't know whether we need further language or whether we just need a process. The concern I have is that the schools may report different values than what the state has through school facilities. We already have valuations probably on all the buildings in terms of what we contemplate their replacement value to be. It is not an accurate replacement value. It is a replacement value that's calculated based on national standards for providing a evaluation of a replacement value. You could never get the buildings replaced for that cost. And I guess one question I have is for Dr. Taylor, for this data set, is it the fact that you want relative analysis, which will probably be fairly accurate and it's taken into consideration, or are actuals important? Because I think we undervalue the replacement costs in our statewide data.
Senator Rothfuss, thank you, members of the committee. It's the relative positions. What we're trying to get at is the best available metric of working conditions for teachers, the age of the structures in which they're working, and the amenities attached. And in prior work in Texas, I've found that the insured valuations was a relatively easy bit of information for districts to provide that was highly correlated with the compensation they needed to provide to be able to staff their classrooms.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Follow-up. We have statewide data on what we contemplate to be the replacement value for all the buildings. And so I think we have that data already, I would expect, at the state level. If there's more that's needed than what's at the state level, I think it's useful for us to understand that, but maybe we can make the language just slightly more flexible so that we get you what you want for those school buildings, but don't necessarily have to tax the school districts for an additional report, because we probably already have all of that data in our school facilities department at the state level. It just hasn't been tapped. So it sounds like that's going to be fine. What we have, I think, will be fine for you, and we can visit about that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Further comments, questions for Dr. Taylor? Go ahead, Representative Clauston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Dr. Taylor, just my wife doesn't like using her phone. She likes using Wyoming Maps. And YDOT already has a chart. It's the driving distance between every city in Wyoming. So it's all that data is already compiled.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, wonderful.
Thank you.
I think it probably needs to be 99 to 99 though, and that's probably 20 to 20. So that's going to be just the larger, but yes, I'm sure they have it.
Further comments? Anybody?
If I may interrupt.
Go ahead, Dr. Taylor.
One of our concerns, of course, is that remoteness is not simply distances within the state of Wyoming, but for some of the communities in Wyoming that are on the border with surrounding states, the urban center that they think of when they think shopping remoteness hospitals is not in the state of Wyoming. So we are still interested in distance to the nearest community of 50,000 or more, regardless of whether it's a Wyoming community.
Point. Go ahead, Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman, which then brings up the policy position, right, as to where we are really headed with the regional cost adjustment. And so, I'm still struggling with this bill. I wasn't here the last committee meeting, but just the fact that a lot of these things we're asking for, it seems like we do have reports on already. I'm struggling to understand. We have a condition and capacity report. We paid, I think, $4 million for through the construction department. We just found a report on YDOT already. So I'm just, if someone could help me, since I wasn't here at the last meeting, understand why we need a bill to require these reports, why we can't just request the information that we need, why Dr. Taylor can't just request what she needs to get the report that she needs to produce for us. Why do we need a bill? That's just my question.
Okay. Senator Rothfuss or Representative Brown.
Mr. Chairman. So when we talked about this at the last meeting, the interest was providing Dr. Taylor, when she does her next RCA calculation, with more sophisticated data, because there wasn't sufficient granularity in the past to really delineate regions like, for example, Teton County from the surrounding counties. The surrounding counties get swamped out by Teton County, and they end up with their RCA pulled up a little bit. And that happens elsewhere in the state due to aggregation. The discussion that we had at the last committee meeting was, well, instead of waiting until the last minute and making data requests that then don't come in time to provide sufficient information for the regional cost adjustment when Dr. Taylor is calculating it, ahead of the next recalibration, let's just make sure that we have authoritative requests for all of the data that would be useful for Dr. Taylor to have. And so the request to Dr. Taylor was, what is that list? What would we need for you to be able to provide a more robust regional cost adjustment when we're working through the recalibration next time? So this is just that ask list effectively. And it's not to say that all of it has to be statutorily asked for. Certainly the school facilities department, as an example, would be fairly straightforward to get the information from. That said, we're the legislature. This is a relatively straightforward way to get a list of authoritative requests for these, but I don't think it's the only way to get all of these requests, because I don't think anything here has a statutory change associated with it. One of the things that might have taken more information was really if our cost of living index and the work that the Economic Analysis Division was already doing was insufficient. That would have taken potentially an appropriation to get them more funding, to get more granular data on the CLI, or alternatively on the comparative wage index, which is also not necessarily as granular as it might need to be. That was the reason why it would be in a bill draft. Those didn't materialize here, so it might be possible that a series of letters would be sufficient.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I would say I don't disagree at all with what Senator Rothfuss just said, but I would say just a little bit different way of looking at this as well. As I look at this as well, it's not going to be codified, but looking at this and putting this in the little yellow books that we're going to get at the end of the year, that's going to be a good recommendation from this committee as well as the rest of the legislature to be able to go back and look at in future dates. This was the data that was used to make an RCA adjustment, right? This was the data that was requested by the consultant. This was everything that was put into this. So if we start stripping pieces out, we can potentially go back and watch all these meetings. But to me, it's a lot easier to go out and pull out session law and say, this is what happened. And I keep those session law books on a regular basis to go back and look at what happened last year, 4 years ago, 6 years ago, whatever the case may be. So to me, that's what I see this as is, yes, I don't disagree that we could, ask, but this is directing. Right? When we pass a law and it gets signed into statute or into session law, there's really not any discussion about it at that point. We do that a lot in our committees where we ask our executive branch counterparts to please provide us with the information. And I can tell you that sometimes it happens and sometimes it's really, really tough to get that information to. So passing this, I think, is a really good opportunity for us to just make sure that it's written down, it's plain language, and everybody understands exactly what we asked for in order to make our determination. So,
Mr. Chairman, I would also add on just a couple comments from a historical perspective. The Department of Education and other state agencies are very cognizant of requesting data from outside entities such as school districts, and they don't request data that they're not required to collect. And so vacancy data that you have in here has not been collected. They would not collect it unless they're required to. Similar with the Workforce Services Department data, they are really funded by the Federal Unemployment Insurance Bureau of Labor Statistics funding. They don't supply us data unless we ask for it. And sometimes we have to pay for that through the LSO. And so there are reasons why we put into law data requirements to be shared with the LSO as part of the recalibration process, because the data don't exist or the data can't be shared unless they're compelled to.
Chairman Scott.
Mr. Chairman, following on that, if you look at the bottom of page 3, we're asking Department of Workforce Services to report. And I think if we don't ask statutorily, they probably won't do it. I think And that, I think, is key data, is it not, Dr. Taylor?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, I think we beat this mill. Anybody else got anything you want to ask? Thank you, Dr. Taylor.
Thank you all.
Committee, any more discussion? Then we'll go to public comment. Would anybody like to comment on this bill? Anybody at all? Going once? Twice? Nobody's getting up? Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Members of the committee, Gillian Chapman, Superintendent in Teton County, and with me is Kristen Mayo. She's our Executive Director of Resources. I'm going to ask Kristen to start out, and I'll distribute a document that I'd like to go over as well.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. I think anytime the conversation around RCA comes up, obviously Teton County, this is a very important piece of the funding model for our community. And I think it's also important to look at what this actually means in real time and what this means to our teachers and the educators in Teton County. So what I've used here for data, and this is just a quick snapshot that we've put together, is what does the RCA in Teton County look like for a teacher and a custodian? I've used the most recent Wyoming Economic Analysis report that just was published on October 31st. As you can see on the next two slides, both the state image as well as by county, what our actual WCLI is. And you can see in Teton County, it's at 171 with the most recent analysis. And one of the challenges that we have a lot of conversations with our board is managing what the up-to-date actual cost of living is in Teton County. Obviously, the most recent study is 171% of the state average, but we only are funded at, let's say, this year, 166% of the state average. And in years where we don't see the massive inflation that we've seen the last couple of years, the current method of averaging the 3 years, it's 2 quarters per year for the last 3 years, really works because it doesn't change that much. It doesn't increase and decrease dramatically. But when we're seeing the rates of inflation that we've seen recently, it does make a huge difference. So our current funding model is paying us at about 166%. Meanwhile, our board, not this past year, but the prior year, passed a compensation package that's paying out at 168% to adapt to the rapid rates of inflation, which means that we are actually paying off model for the first time in my 7 years of being with the school district. That being said, on the next page, you'll see typical annual household expenses. And while I don't have access to economists and a bunch of data analysts, I did find some information that's relevant, and I tried to fit that information into the categories that the Wyoming cost of living is based on. So the first half of this slide, you'll see food, housing, apparel, transportation, medical, and then recreation and personal care, which would mean that the average Wyoming cost of living is $47,832. Meanwhile, the Teton County adjustment using the rates in the Economic Analysis Division slide is $64,100. Knowing that those are really your most basic needs and most basic costs, I added a couple others at the bottom, including childcare, educational loans, vehicle payment, vehicle maintenance, insurance, and fuel. And fuel is an interesting cost, just because we know Wyoming is a small state community-wide, but community-wise, but it's a large state when we're talking about traveling. So the actual cost of living, and this is based on one car and one child, is $86,280 annually average for Wyoming and $116,060 annually in Teton County. You want to go ahead?
So I want to tell a story. I want to tell a story about two employees. Both employees joined the school district 5 years ago and were thrilled to come to Teton County. I mean, what more could you ask for? It's the most beautiful place in the whole country, and it's a lovely place to live. Sure, they looked at the cost of living, but they thought, it's not reality, because how could it be possible that a 1,700 square foot townhouse with a one-car garage is market value is $1.325 million? How is that possible? It's just not. So both of these employees accepted positions in the school district, excited about their new adventure, excited about starting a family, excited about doing their life's work. In the first example, this teacher, now in her fifth year, or his fifth year, a bachelor's degree, and with one child, now with $116,000 is the cost of living. For a fifth year salary, bachelor's degree is $69,513. At 23% payroll taxes, the annual take home is $53,500. It's November 14th. Payday is not until November 25th. This teacher has no money. They are grateful that this year, November 25th falls on a holiday. They're going to get paid 3 days earlier because of the holiday. So this teacher is grateful because this is the only way this teacher is going to be able to have a Thanksgiving holiday. We simply, even with the regional cost adjustment and paying at 166% or 168% right now, this teacher cannot afford to live in Teton County. It does not pencil out. They cannot afford to work there. The second employee, also thrilled, is a fifth-year custodian. They make $47,320. They don't have educational loans. Again, very excited to work for the school district, grateful that the school district is helping them with retirement, grateful that the school district pays family medical expenses, so they don't have to worry about that. But this employee cannot put food on their table. They would much prefer to forego health insurance for their child, for themselves, to have a higher wage. Even at $47,000, this employee does not qualify for free or reduced meals for their child in the school district because it pays more than the federal set income level, so they don't get reduced meals for their child. This employee cannot make ends meet. They can maybe go 2 weeks. So this employee, they're looking at a deficit of $75,000 a year. So they have a second job, even working 80 hours a week with a second job, full-time in the school district and a second job, they are losing money working for the school district and living in Teton County. And their child doesn't even get free or reduced meals. They are living at a poverty level. And this is just, I think it's important as you all are making decisions and reviewing data, the data don't make sense because it's so astronomical that a small home anywhere else in the country maybe would be $250,000 to $300,000. And in Teton County, it's $1.325 million for a modest starter home. And we're looking at over $1,000 a square foot. And that is just unattainable for folks. So in the midst of all of this, we have this huge influx of students because multiple families are living together in crowded conditions. So at our high school, we are over capacity. I was just reviewing emails and complaints that we weren't able to offer a Veterans Day celebration because I can't bring in another 100 people into a crowded condition. It is unsafe. So this regional cost adjustment and the numbers that you're looking for and the data that you're seeking is essential, but it's also essential to take a look at the families and the individuals that are being impacted by these decisions. And are we really able to continue the pace that we are in Teton County? And I would beg you to come look. I would beg you to look at the data and the individuals. The closest town over 50,000 in Teton County is Idaho Falls. And what we're experiencing is just simply, we need the help, and we appreciate you all asking these tough questions, but not only looking at the data, but looking at the faces of those kids and those families. We are at an all-time high for our free and reduced lunch population at 23%, and that's not even half of the people that are living in poverty. And we have more than 85 kids that are classified as homeless. For the wealthiest county in the country to have that many children classified as homeless is, it's just, I don't have words for it. So thank you very much, and we stand for any questions that you might have.
Chairman, just doing a rough calculation off your chart that says typical annual household expenditures. What I get is that you're just under 35% above the state average in terms of these typical expenses. Now, what the adjustment, there is a cost adjustment. How does that compare with that figure?
I noticed the same thing when I was doing the analysis. And what I would say to this committee is not only does Teton County desperately need higher wages, so does the rest of the state.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I couldn't hear the last part of the statement.
Sorry, I would advocate that all teachers and educators in the state of Wyoming actually need an increase, not just Teton County.
Any questions? I do. What's your typical rent on a 1,700 square foot house?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, the market rent on a 2-bedroom is about $2,500 to $3,000, depending on if it's a multifamily residence or if it's a single family. So on that $1.325 million home, if someone put down 20%, the mortgage on that would be approximately $6,500, $7,000 a month. And that doesn't even come close to the take home. So in the school district, we have done a number of things. I'm sure you're all well aware that anytime there's an opportunity in the state, Teton County School District applies. We apply for everything. We're a part of every program because we're trying to retain and attract people that can stay, because when we lose teachers over and over, we're investing $50,000 a year in their training, in their resources, and their materials and onboarding. So at times I am when I'm looking at training, I'm looking at programming, I'm thinking in my mind, I may lose this person in 2 years. I may lose this person in 3 years. So I have a tough decision to make. But the rent that we are looking at we have some 2-bedroom, 1-bath units that used to be classroom trailers that we've converted into housing. We rent those at $1,500 a month, which is below market rate. So then we end up having to do a 1099 for employees because it's a taxable difference since it's below market rate. We're also building our own 24-unit apartment complex with a community-approved 1% sales tax. So those will range for 1, 2, or 3-bedroom, anywhere from $1,000 up to probably just under $3,000 by the time they're completed.
Very good. Thank you.
I guess I would just add one more thing. That's if you can find it. Fortunately, we're in the midst of a development cycle. But it is pretty expensive for anybody to even find or consider. Thank you for your questions.
Thank you. Anybody have questions for the group from Teton County? Thank you very much. Who else would like to comment? Come on up, Ken.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, members of the Joint Education. I'm Ken DeCaria. I work for the Wyoming School Boards Association, and we just had some concerns, and some of those concerns have been brought up so far. And if, you know, our concerns probably start on page 2 with number 1. You know, some of this is we've made some progress by lowering the amount of information school districts had to provide, the reporting requirements. We've gone down that road and done a pretty good job. Now this is sort of heading back in the other direction. And it's not that they're not, you know, able to do it. Some of the information, if it already exists, seems like it could be gathered in some other way. And under Romanet 1, you know, if you're looking at vacancy rates, no matter when you take that, that's going to be a snapshot in time. You know, it's going to only give you a figure on that particular day that is done. It's not going to tell you long-term. It's not going to give you longitudinal. It will tell you on a certain day, this was our vacancy numbers. And that might be useful. I mean, and maybe that's all that they're looking for, you know, with that. On Romanet number 2, I mean, that is going to take some time and resources in order to, you know, track all this, the mileage data, you know, from a school district. So when you ask these things, it does come at a cost. I mean, you know, somebody's going to have to do that. Somebody's going to have to keep tabs on all this and then make sure that they do report that. And Mr. Chairman, probably our biggest one, and I want to say thank you to Senator Rothfuss for bringing this up, but under number 3, you know, if that's really what you wanted as far as replacement costs, that would require that you hire a consultant for most school districts in order to do that. Depends on, are we just ballparking a figure or what? I've sat in enough school facilities meetings to know that building costs are astronomical. I mean, I was shocked when they talked about building a new high school, $200 million for a new high school in the big places in Wyoming. You know, I mean, when they built south here, it was 80 million, and that wasn't that long ago, probably 8-9 years, I'm going from memory. But so when you ask a school district to do that, I mean, do you just want a ballpark figure, or do you want an exact figure? And if that would require something. And to Representative Brown's thing about data, I mean, I'm not against the data, but where do you get the data? You know, and that would be the part is, you know, if it comes from school facilities, it seems to me that would be just as good as getting it from a school district. And so it just depends on who you're asking for that piece of information. You know, are you asking somebody to have to go and start at ground zero, or are you asking somebody to go back and start where they're at, you know, that may already have that data? And so, Mr. Chairman, those are just some of the concerns that we had and its amount of, you know, asking for information.
And the question is in part for Ken and in part for perhaps Dr. Taylor, and we get her back. Could we simply, instead of requiring on page 3, lines 4 through 7, that Romanet 3 there, if we simply, instead of asking the districts, ask the school facilities department to give us a ballpark estimate, is that would eliminate potentially the troubles for the districts in reporting, would it not? And then the question is, Mr. Chairman, how much harm is that really going to do to what we're trying to accomplish?
Dr. Taylor, would you like to field that?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you for the information. A lot of it has to do with whether or not the school districts in the state of Wyoming would trust the data coming from facilities to accurately reflect the working conditions that their teachers experience. The thought in including this data in any regional cost adjustment would be to try and capture conditions outside of current district control with respect to the environment in which teachers work. And that there are school facilities that are older, that have lower replacement costs because they lack some of the amenities of the whiz-bang new school facilities. And as such, it drives up a compensating differential for teachers in that context that I think you could argue is outside of school district control. If the districts will trust the existing data set, then I will trust the existing data set. But my concern is that the districts have information about the insured values of their facilities. And if there is dissonance between the two data sources, I would rather give my credence to data provided directly from the districts.
When you look at the insured value of a building, that perhaps the school districts haven't been keeping up with in increasing that insured value with what the replacement cost value is going to be, and might be a good exercise for school districts to think about. So, anybody else? Okay. Anybody else have any further comments or questions for Ken DeCaria?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Members of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Kirk Schmidt. I'm from Lander. I retired a couple years ago, but I've worked for 38 years in the K-12 system, and I guess I'd like to clarify some stuff on what you're just talking about, Mr. Chairman, on Section 3. The best data you're going to get already exists with the school construction department. The argument over square footage of buildings between the school districts and the construction division have gone away. That problem has been solved. There were some inconsistencies between districts and school facilities, and many of you know I was one of the ardent critics of that, but that argument went away. The best thing you can do, insured value in Wyoming isn't going to necessarily tell you what it costs to replace a building in Powell versus Lander versus Evanston. There are inconsistencies, in my experience, in between those insured values. We were part of a pool of school districts. There were 32 school districts in the school risk retention program. And when we'd have buildings reassessed, we would compare notes. We're going, okay, how come the replacement cost of an elementary school in Lander was actually more than the cost of replacing a high school in Sundance? I mean, it didn't make any sense. The school facility department can give you a spreadsheet of every building. They use RS means, which is the most current data they're using to bring their budgets to you as a legislature on replacement cost of all those facilities. And I'm pretty sure that it hasn't changed. The cost of replacing a building is still cheaper than cost of renovating a building. I mean, that's unfortunate because you always end up with the land problems. But the best data you have, Mr. Chairman, already exists, and it isn't that complicated to get. Don't make the problem worse for yourself than it already is. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning, Richard.
Good morning, committee. My name is Richard Garrett. I live here in Cheyenne. I was born in Casper and had a chance to live in Lander for about 20 years, where we raised our Wyoming-born daughter. She graduated Lander Valley High School a few years ago. I'm a proud parent, as many of you are, of a young woman who's about to graduate from the University of Wyoming and the College of Education. I'm sad to say, though, we're going to lose her to Texas. And that's because Texas pays 50% more, at least in the school district she's headed to, than our school teachers typically earn in Wyoming. Admittedly, there's a cost of living difference in Texas, and it's not just monetary, it's beauty too. You know, we live in the most beautiful state in the country. But at the end of the day, she's finding that that difference is one that is not overcome by the beauty of our state. Her cost of living down there in practical terms, frankly, is going to be a little bit less in terms of things that we've heard about from others. She's going to rent an apartment in a secure building with a pool and exercise facilities and access to walkways and bike paths for less than $1,200 a month. That's a price that just is hardly achievable in any one of our major cities in Wyoming, what count as major cities. So anyway, help me keep her in Wyoming to the best extent that you can. And I'll work with you to hopefully keep your kiddos in Wyoming too. So with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Richard. Any questions, comments? Richard? Thank you, sir. Oh, yes, go ahead, Representative Berger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Richard, for being here and sharing that story. And I'm right there. Proud to have my children there as well. And we're thinking the same thing. She's thinking the same thing. And we're just talking about Evanston, where it's supposed to be low cost. She pays $13.50 a month for a small little place. And we're going, what? Maybe she just move in with her parents again. That's fine.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to assume there was a question there, and I'm going to say yes. You know, just to put even a finer point on it, you all invested in my daughter's education, not just in the public realm, but in the Hathaway Scholarship, and she earned a lot of scholarships on her own. So we as a state have to make sure our investments pay and that we keep those in whom we've invested so much in our state to the best extent possible. So again, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Representative Berger.
Just two quick comments after listening to everything. Number one, no district pays teachers on the model. None of us do. So I just wanted to make that clear. And number two, we belong to SERP, so I'm pretty sure that we do pay at replacement value. And so our liability insurance is $184,285 a year, and that's also not in the model. My two comments. I stand for questions.
Any questions for Teresa? Anybody? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anybody else for public comment? Public comment, going once, going twice. All right, we'll close public comment. Committee, what's your pleasure on the bill?
Move the bill, Mr. Chairman.
It's been moved and seconded that we, moved by Brown, seconded by Provenza, that we work the bill. Okay, so let's go through it page by page.
You want to go through it page by page?
Yep.
Or-
On page one, any amendments? Go ahead, Senator.
Mr. Chairman, this first amendment's not going to be page by page, although it might be on page one. And that would be a conceptual amendment to direct staff to create a new paragraph or amend as necessary to ensure that any data collections are anonymized, de-identified, and aggregated to the extent, the greatest extent they can be consistent with the interests of Dr. Taylor.
Seconded by Provenza. Any discussion on that? Any discussion on the amendment? Amendment to make sure that we anonymize the data as much as possible. None appearing, all those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Opposed? Unanimous. Okay. Any amendments on page one? Any amendments on page two? Page three?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Chairman Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I think we need to do something about this paragraph 3. I think we've already got the data, and having to have an extra report from school districts is unnecessary. I think I'm going to move to, there's two ways to handle it, Mr. Chairman. We can just tell the construction department to give the estimated replacement value and age to the LSO. I think though they may have already done that. And I think we're better off avoiding the insured value, Mr. Chairman, because there's some real questions as to whether insurance is appropriate or whether that's an unnecessary expenditure, and we're better off self-insuring. That's an issue we need to think about at some point. But, Mr. Chairman, I think the best thing to do is to delete those lines, and that should be something we should be able to give Dr. Taylor what she needs without having to have an extra report from the districts.
Representative Brown?
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate staff being right behind me. I'm going to start sitting here more often because I can just ask them the questions. I don't believe our school construction department actually has the insured value information. So while school districts have that information, again, we can ask for that information, but without putting it down and directing via law, we may not get that information. And so I think that it's a good idea to have that. And I also think it's a really good piece of information for our school construction department to probably log. So I would be opposed to striking that language. While I don't disagree with what the chairman is saying, in theory, I think in practice, and again, going back to my earlier statements about having what we ask for being written down, I think is a really, really important piece of information, because if it's not written down, it will be assumed that it wasn't asked for if it ever goes back and is looked upon.
Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Scott, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, in response to that, I think we shouldn't ask for it. I think if you ask for it, you're going to get data that's all over the map, because I think there's different policies from different school districts. I can remember a previous discussion on some legislation, but I can only remember it in part. But there is a fair degree of thinking that we don't need to insure, given our system, and that we're better off self-insured. And I think you'll find that some of the districts may have taken that to heart and are not insuring. Some of them are insuring only in part. I think you're all over the map, and I don't think you get anything meaningful out of that. So I think we shouldn't ask for it.
Go ahead, Senator Rothfuss.
And I guess I'd just ask why we need the insured value, because I'm inclined to agree with Chairman Scott on estimated replacement value and age of the buildings based on what we have within school facilities through the reporting and through the FCA calculations that we do every few years whenever we get that report done. That's going to be our best available data. It's already a collection. And so I would ask whether it's Dr. Taylor or any other proponent for the insured value, why we also would need the insured value if we have a pretty well vetted estimated replacement value based on RS means for every building in the state that is generally updated.
Well, do you have a response?
Yes, thank you, Senator Rothfuss. The request for insured value was one of making sure that I could triangulate between the replacement costs, which is going to pick up some local variation due to labor costs, and insured values, which is going to get some information about amenities. But I very much take the point that it's possible that when districts self-insure, the estimates of insured value are not as informative as one would like them to be. and that this is not a factoid that the districts could provide easily in a reliable manner. So I defer to the committee if you believe that the insured value data would not be credible for districts statewide, then I would not want to rely upon it for analysis and therefore do not need it.
Go ahead.
So one of the other things we have, Dr. Taylor, is we do have the FCI, the condition index scores for all of the buildings. And therefore an analysis in theory of the state of the building for all the buildings in the state of Wyoming that are educational facilities. It seems with that data, the estimated replacement value, which the replacement value we have can either be on a basis, right now it's on a basis of what it would cost to replace the building as originally designed. On the facilities committee, we're having conversation about trying to also get data about what it would cost to replace the building with a new building that is up to state standards, where those two things are not necessarily the same. But we are working on that. And then the age of each building is relatively straightforward. So it sounds like that data will be sufficient for you to do your comparison from district to district, from school to school, and from everything else you need. I see you nodding, so that is presumably accurate.
Yes, sir, that is accurate. I would like the condition index information in lieu of the insured value information, if that's possible.
Yep, easy. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, what we really want here is the state construction department to provide the FCI scores, estimated replacement value, and age of each school district, building, or facility in the state for purposes of the RCA. So I look to Matt to find out what we should do there.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, since this data is already collected, it's already reported, I don't know that we need this language if that's the desire of the committee. So based on, I think, Chairman Scott's recommendation or his motion, I don't know who seconded it, but, or if it was seconded, but the deleting of that language would be appropriate if that's the desire of the committee, since that data already exists within the statewide database of the state construction department.
Chairman, and there'd be no problem, as I understand it, for Dr. Taylor to access that. That's something that LSO has full access to, and therefore working with Dr. Taylor would have full access to. Okay, I second Senator Scott's motion to strike.
Frankly, I think that a minor amount of clerical help from the LSO or somebody else, we can get Dr. Taylor off existing published information, what's needed. So I think we're better off getting rid of this.
It's been moved. And seconded that we delete 5 through 18. Any discussion? Go ahead, Senator Ross.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think this is a significant lift for the Department of Transportation, but I think the Department of Transportation is the appropriate place to have this work done. And part of that is practicable route between each city or town. The knowledge of where am I going to run a school bus? Where would I safely want to run a school bus is different from the quick Google, what is the shortest distance between points A and point B? You know, when are the routes closed? Those kinds of things, the Department of Transportation can consider this, again, in just a couple of hours, but take into consideration all of the things that would be relevant to putting together that chart, which is the chart that is needed. I think they're the right place to do the job. We already pay them. We're not going to need to add any FTEs or any funding. And a couple of hours later, they'll be able to get us that data. We could certainly have LSO Research do it in 5 times the amount of time or something along those lines, because they're not experts in the space, and so they'd have to go find all the data. I'm more comfortable leaving it in because of just the general relative workload of who's going to take longer. They're all state employees, so I'm not comfortable removing that at this point.
My thoughts are that we've all been bit by Google, trying to get Google to map something, and it turns out that the shortest route was not the shortest route by quite a bit, because I ended up driving through the school system and everything else, so.
Definitely done
time-wise, it's not.
Mr. Chairman?
Representative Brown.
I don't disagree with what you just said, and I also worry about the validity. Again, it's not too far of a stretch for this committee or anybody listening to sit there and think about the discussions that have been had and the things that have been said in the paper about certain companies having, non-verifiable data, and who's actually reporting that data, or are they controlled by somebody that's in China, or whatever the case may be. I go back to the idea that we're paying a government. It's our responsibility that we write those checks to the Department of Transportation. Why wouldn't we use the objective data that we get as opposed to going to a third-party company and not having any type of discrepancy that could be called upon at a later date? I can absolutely see it in this being a can of worms in the future that, well, they used Google, and Google was controlled by a Chinese state media or something along those lines. And I just see those types of things happening. And I would much rather have us be in a position where we're using objective data from our state agency that we pay for. And so I am strongly opposed to this, removing this language. Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, you heard it here first.
Anybody else? Any comments? None appearing, we'll proceed to vote on this. All those in favor of deleting lines 5 through 18 on page 5, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. No. I'm gonna have to have a show of hands. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Right, they were loud. All those opposed, please raise your hands. All right, it has failed. Further amendments on page 4 or 5? None appearing? All right. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's just that, it's me being a little slow on the uptake here. So on our first amendment where we drop lines 4 through 7, just a little clarification for me. I thought, that the focus was on dropping the insured value piece of that, but not the rest of it. But apparently we wanted to drop all, but what did we talk about there?
Go ahead.
In response to that, we discussed the insured value because that's the thing that we don't have. The other material is already reported, so we don't need an extra report to get it. That information is already readily available.
Just to follow up to that, but I thought we were using this bill as a sort of the depository of all these different ways of gathering information.
Mr. Chairman, you've really got two different kinds of information. You've got information that we don't have and are going to have to collect. And this bill is going to give us that power. And you can see that at the bottom of page 3, where we're asking Department of Workforce Services to provide information where people are going. They won't do that unless we tell them to. This, by contrast, the information up on lines 4 through 7, that estimated replacement value, we already know that is reported. The construction department knows it. We've got it. We don't need to put that in here. We can just furnish it to Dr. Taylor.
Any other comments or questions on the bill before we vote on it? All right. Yes, go ahead, Senator Biden.
Thank you. I guess my main question is what's the point of the bill? And how is this bill going to address the concerns we heard from Teton County? This seems to me that this information is readily available, and I just don't understand what the purpose of going through this exercise is, and what a no vote does, what a yes vote does, if it matters, what we're doing here. Thank you. Just a little discussion.
I think that Senator Office has a comment.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So when we've worked on the RCA in the past, one of the challenges has been the granularity of the data so that we can be sensitive to very local changes. Teton County being the very local change most of the time. But what ends up happening also is that Teton County's significant variation ends up to some degree either distorting the data or when Dr. Taylor's doing a regression analysis to look at all the variables and figure out how the overall RCA ends up producing data, the one massive outlier either is under-recognized or over-represented, depending on how you do it. When you improve the granularity of the data, that effect starts to go away, and then you can have a more rational regional cost adjustment based on counties instead of just based on, well, the northwest part of the state costs a lot, and kind of gets pulled in that direction, where at some point when you're far enough away from Teton County, you should have a diminished effect for the RCA in theory, or at least they should start representing themselves in Lincoln County, for example. This has been a problem we've had for as long as I've worked on the recalibrations, is that the RCA sensitivity was one of the challenges. It's not the only challenge. The other challenge is it always comes back costing us more, and so we never like that. But that's a whole separate issue. It's good to have the best data available, and this provides Dr. Taylor with better data to then provide us with a better regional cost adjustment for our consideration. And in my view, this will probably go a long ways to getting that data to be improved without really any significant additional data collections, because I think most of this data is available. We just have to ask for it explicitly to get that so that we can then give it to Dr. Taylor. A couple of them might be new collections. So that's my best answer for the senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess my question would be, so we've talked a lot about the resource block grant model, but in section A on page 1, it says for purposes of recalibration of the educational resource block grant model. So that's the entire, that's the entire thing, and then we're talking about regional. So is there a difference in that, or is that all the same thing? Are we talking about the entire recalibration? Thank you.
In answer to that one, we're not only trying to improve our ability to deal with the Teton County outlier situation, but we're also trying to get a better understanding of the competitive forces on particularly personnel, particularly teachers, because that's such a major portion of the overall expense. And for instance, the piece on page 3 where we're asking where are the ones that are departing going, that's trying to improve that part of the data. So it's trying to improve the overall quality of the recalibration. So it not only are we trying to get the Teton County better data, but we're trying to get better data for the recalibration as a whole. And we're setting some dates so that at least the first year we'll have available for that recalibration.
Senator Office.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So one of the components of the recalibration is required to be regional cost adjustment by the courts. So the overall school foundation program funding model is a generic funding model for what it costs to educate a student at baseline of 100%, you would say, in the state of Wyoming. And then the courts require consideration through a regional cost adjustment to ensure that regardless of where that student is located in the state, where that school is located in the state, they will have equitable educational resources. So it's a portion of the overall funding model that is required to be looked at least through recalibration. In theory, it's supposed to be updated every year, and the cost of living index, the WCLI, is updated
the hedonic wage index, which is one of the three components. We've received an update from Dr. Taylor nearly every year over the past decade, but have never adopted it. And we have continued to utilize the 2005 hedonic wage index as the static hedonic wage index, which Dr. Taylor will tell you is a poor choice. And we've used that since 2006, I guess, in the model. So this is trying to update one of the court-required components, which represents a portion. I guess we could look to Matt. Is it like 8-ish total % of the funding model? It might not even be that much.
Mr. Chairman, Center Office, I think in total, the regional cost adjustment provides about $30 million. So 30 million of 1.6 billion. It's a small portion.
Yeah.
The majority of that goes to Teton County.
Yep, exactly.
And Mr. Chairman and Senator Steinmetz, the purpose of this language in subsection A on page 1 is to signal that the purpose of these data are to be utilized during the recalibration process and the study of that component during that process. It's not going to be an independent report or study outside of that. And so it's a signal to not only the legislature, but the public that these data will be utilized as part of that process, not a separate study outside of that process.
Mr. Chairman, on 24 LSO-0202, School Finance Regional Cost Adjustment Study as amended. Senator Beitman?
Aye.
Senator Brennan?
Aye.
Senator Rothfuss?
Aye.
Senator Steinmetz?
Aye.
Representative Allred?
Aye.
Representative Andrew left an absentee vote of aye. Representative Berger?
Aye.
Representative Brown?
Aye.
Representative Claston?
Aye.
Representative Lawley?
Aye.
Representative Obermuller?
Aye.
Representative Provenza?
Aye.
Co-Chairman Scott?
Aye.
Chairman Northrup?
Aye.
14 ayes.
This vote was,
There was thought to it. So that's going to be our general policy from here on out.
okay. Yes.
Okay.
All right, committee, let's take it is 10:13. Let's try for a 10-minute break. I know they stretch out, but we'll be back in here at 10:25. How about that? Thank you. Everybody to have a seat. We'll get back at it again. Our next item on the agenda is 24 LSO-0200, Reading Assessment and Intervention. Talise Hansen will be taking us through the bill. Please continue.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Talise Hansen, LSO. I'm presenting Bill Draft 24 LSO 200 version 0.5, Reading Assessment and Intervention. This bill draft was requested at the August committee meeting. This bill draft is based on the recommendations from the State Superintendent of Public Instruction's Literacy Cabinet. The Literacy Cabinet's recommendations as presented at the August meeting is outlined in the staff comment starting on page 1 and continuing on page 2 for the committee's reference. Section 1 amends Wyoming Statute 21-3401, Reading Assessment and Intervention. Subsection A and subsection E are amended on pages 2 and 3 to add in the language except as otherwise provided in subsection F of this section. The language in subsection A applies to the screening requirements that a school district is required to screen not less than 3 times per year in kindergarten through grade 3. The language in subsection E applies to the professional development requirements that a school district shall require each district employee providing instruction in grades kindergarten through grade 3 within the district to have received or receive professional development. The new subsection F starts on the bottom of page 4 and continues on page 5. Subsection F states, beginning with the 2024-2025 school year, each high-performing school district shall be exempt from screening kindergarten through grade 3 students not less than 3 times per year under subsection A of this section and from the professional development requirements in subsection E of this section. This exemption period shall be for a period of X, which shall be determined by the committee if you so wish. For purposes of this subsection, a high-performing school district means a school district who ranks in the top 25% of all school districts in the state on the grade 3 English Language Arts assessment of the statewide assessment system administered pursuant to Wyoming Statute 21-304A5. The staff comment on page 5 and continuing on page 6 highlights that the committee may wish to consider the following. 1, the length of time for the exemption as it's currently left blank in the bill draft. 2, adding a provision revoking the exemption if a high-performing school district falls out of the top 25% at any time during the exemption period. 3, that Wyoming Statute 21-3401C contains a goal of 85% of all students reading at grade level upon completion of the 3rd grade at each school within the school district. Each school not meeting the 85% goal shall submit an improvement plan to the school district, and the school district shall submit an overall improvement plan to the Department of Education. A school district exempt under the new subsection F may contain schools who are not meeting the 85% goal and would be required to submit an improvement plan to the school district. The committee may wish to consider tying the exemption to the 85% goal outlined in Wyoming Statute 21-3401C. 4, the Literacy Cabinet's recommendations specified keeping the requirements for parental notification and individual reading plans. The parental notification required in Wyoming Statute 21-30401B occurs as soon as practicable after the assessment or screening is conducted, and the individual reading plans are required when students are not showing appropriate reading competence under Wyoming Statute 21-3401. If a high-performing school district is exempt from screening kindergarten through grade 3 students not less than 3 times per year, then school districts may not be able to provide the parental notification and place students on individualized reading plans. Wyoming Statute 21-341E requires school district employees to receive professional development not less than once every 3 years. This may conflict with the exemption period depending on how long the exemption period is. Section 2 starts on page 6. Subsection A provides that the Department of Education shall retain an independent consultant who shall study the correlation between the instruments used in kindergarten through grade 3 to screen students for signs of reading difficulties, including dyslexia, as required by Wyoming Statute 21-341A and D, and the English Language Arts assessment of the statewide student assessment system. The independent consultant shall also study the correlation between the results on the first screening conducted for kindergarten through grade 3 students and the results of subsequent screenings conducted during the year for each school district. Subsection B provides a reporting requirement. Not later than October 1st, 2024, the Department of Education shall report to the Joint Education Interim Committee on the study required by subsection A. Section 3 provides an appropriation of X amount from the School Foundation Program account to the Department of Education for purposes of retaining an independent consultant to conduct the study required by Section 2. The staff comment on page 8 highlights that the committee will need to consider the appropriation amount for retaining an independent consultant. And Section 4 provides a split effective date. Section 1 is effective July 1, 2024, while Sections 2, 3, and 4 are effective immediately. And I'll stand for any questions.
To Talise? Nobody? Good job. Okay. Let's take public comment on it then. Yep, please, Superintendent first.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment to you today. First, want to really thank our cabinet of reading experts that have been working very hard on this topic, have met several times since your last meeting, and have really had deep discussions and reviewed assessment data. For today and in relation to this bill, I thought that I would start at a high level to really provide where their recent work leaves the bill today, and have Chief Hamill discuss any additional details of the work of the committee and the plan moving forward. So 2 things to keep in mind for this bill and the work of the committee. Number 1, as outlined in the bill, the cabinet did reach full consensus on the need for a correlation study to correlate different screeners as well as the YTOP assessment, and to really look at how we provide maximum flexibility to districts while still maintaining accountability when it comes to reading proficiency. Number 2 is in relation to the exemption of the top 25% performers. After the most recent meeting, it was discovered that there was nowhere near full consensus on this exemption, the number and what that threshold is. And so that therefore does not seem appropriate at this time. That said, what then is the path forward? Number 1, it appears that there's great consensus, as I said, over this correlation study to move forward with that study. But 2, I would urge the committee to consider continuing the work of this cabinet and to flesh out what that appropriate threshold or exemption is. But doing so during the course of the correlation study, and in the meantime, before the next session, to allow for a temporary exemption of our highest performers. And I would recommend that threshold be even higher, to maybe the top 10%. That's temporary while we continue to flesh this out. As much as I dislike another study and continuing to work on this and would like to move forward, it's simply not ready. And we want to get this right. When it comes to literacy proficiency in our kids, we need to make sure that it's right. And so with that, I will pass it over to Chief Hamill to provide some more additional details from the committee. She's been wonderful in her leadership of this cabinet.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Shelley Hamill with Wyoming Department of Education. Thank you, Superintendent Dagenfelder. I also appreciate Ms. Hansen's thorough review of the bill. I want to start with the Cabinet's recommendation for funding to support the work of an outside consultant for that correlation study between the screeners. The Cabinet definitely believes that this information will help drive our work as we go forward. As we looked at commonalities and beliefs with that cabinet of experts over the last 4 meetings and looking at that data, we did find that we all have a strong belief in the role that solid data plays in decision-making. That's really important. So knowing that this type of study has not yet been completed before, We did take a look at similar types of studies within the agency and the associated costs. And we noticed that those types of studies looked like they would be around $350,000, but to get an additional perspective, I connected with a provider that does this type of work for other states or other large districts across the nation to kind of get an idea of what that would entail. So the very high ballpark that they provided for this work, without having the advantage of the details of an RFP provided to them, has two different price points. So both are based on the reality that the WD does not have access to student level data. We collect that data in the aggregate. So if the data could be provided directly from a publisher or vendor that a school district works with, the cost would be lower, and it would be at that rough estimate of $350,000. But if we do have some districts that do not use a product that has an online component, meaning that the consultant or that organization, if we are able to move forward with that, would need to receive the data directly from the districts. They indicate that that would push the cost up considerably, and the estimate for this more realistic type situation is somewhere in the neighborhood of $750,000. The second then noted recommendation on page 2 of the bill that Ms. Hansen reviewed and that Superintendent Degenfelder spoke to was the idea of an exemption from the statutory screening and professional development requirements that are contained in the statute. And this idea was based on a concept of consistently high-performing districts. So I do want to share that the cabinet reviewed extensively YTOP data. We looked at the idea of folding in growth data, why that might not be appropriate. We looked at performance data, just 1 year, last year's, and then the 3-year average to try to determine where an appropriate threshold or an exemption might be. So some of the key takeaways that I'd like to share that really resonated with the cabinet were that the scores for the lowest district in that top quartile or the top 25% districts, that average was still in the high 50%. So they didn't feel comfortable with that, moving that idea of the top 25% forward. They also noted that in the 22-23 school year, that there was only one elementary school in the state that met the goal of the 85% target of its third grade students reading at grade level as determined by being proficient or advanced on YTOP. And that's probably important because the way that the statute reads is it is at the school level that we look for that 85% of their students being proficient or advanced, and then that rolls up to the district level. The next point of data that really resonated for them was that there were 5 schools in the state that landed in the 75 to 79.9% of their students testing proficient or advanced, and so therefore we would assume they were on grade level, and then 8 more schools in the state that fell in the range of 70 to 74.9% of their students testing proficient or advanced. You'll see that on the page 2 of the data sheet that I shared, very colorful sheet there. They went on a couple of more points then. If we look at districts as a whole, no district reached the 85% target. The district with the highest percentage of third grade students reading on grade level was at a 69.1% proficiency for the 22-23 school year. And when you look at that same percentage averaged, or that same district that is the high performer averaged over 3 years, we see that they're at 70.5% for the average of the last 3 years. So I think that in wrapping up, maybe some of the sentiments from the cabinet is that they're all in agreement about the purpose of the statute, that the intent is to be able to identify students that are at risk and in need early and to allow that intervention to occur early. They also, as I mentioned previously, believe that good data is imperative to be able to make good decisions. They believe that there is a component in this work that we haven't fully explored and fleshed out yet, and that is of best practices being shared out across the state. So they would like more time to look at that. And then, finally, teaching reading and learning how to read is incredibly complex and much more difficult than we'd all like to think. And with that, I can stand for any questions that you might have.
Chairman, several questions and thoughts on this. I do think it's a good idea to start exempting some of the better performing districts from some of the requirements. And I would compliment the department on that. My first question is in 21.3.401C, there is a, anybody that's not making that 85%, you have to do an extensive report and put in a plan. So it's a fairly extensive piece of work. Two questions there. What are you guys doing with those reports? And why not exempt the high performance districts from that requirement? Because that would then enable more of a focus to be put on the districts that weren't performing as well. And so that's, Mr. Chairman, that's the first question. Second question, I'm going to have a suggestion for you on how to define the high performance districts.
Go ahead, Shelley.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Scott, we do collect that information. I really kind of wish that the agenda items for today were flipped, because you'll notice agenda item number 5 is really that review. But we do collect that data. We have worked over the last year to fold in the numeric data that districts are required statutorily to report, but also the narrative data to collect that into one report to lift that burden for districts and have it all in one place. The recommendation from the cabinet did not entertain at all an exemption from that reporting component. Instead, it was based on the concerns about using a state-approved screener and the professional development requirements.
Go ahead, Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I do have a couple of questions about how the discussion went with regard to the exemption. One thing that I've been curious about as we talk about the top performing districts, for example, the top 25% districts, which is the suggestion, is that is assuming proficient or advanced proficient percentage, and that's how that's calculated. Somehow there seems to be an assertion that means that you're doing a great job of identifying those with dyslexia and other reading difficulties. I don't understand that correlation. Was that discussed?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Rothfuss, there was extensive discussion about whether the YTOP, again, is the appropriate measure for this statute. There is discussion that, in the statute, it identifies 5 discrete skills that influence the ability to develop and utilize those skills, influence an individual's ability to be able to read well. The YTOP doesn't necessarily delve into those discrete skills, as opposed to it's a representation of when Shelley comes to the table to take her YTOP test, she has this set of skills and she takes a test, and we're left with potentially a score that may or may not reflect the development of those skills. So whether diving into that question a little bit more deeply about, was there discussion about whether the YTOP test scores represent the district's ability to use a screener to identify those students? There was not extensive discussion about that. And one could, though, assume that if a district is utilizing their screening and progress monitoring process appropriately, that they would be able to move more of their students. There was at least that high-level recognition.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman. The question I have there, though, is it seems with, we have about a 14% identification rate, typically year in, year out, for special education throughout the state. And it seems to me that while if you performed very well with that 14%, you would probably find yourself advancing in the other categories. I don't understand how we can conclude that that's always the case, and I don't see why you wouldn't be able to do, quite frankly, a miserable job with that 14% and use the wrong practices with that 14%, and assuming that you've even identified them, advance them well, and still working with those students that do not present dyslexia and other reading difficulties, advance that population, which is not the target population, sufficient to achieve the top quartile of the state. Do you disagree?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, I don't disagree.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, I would just echo, I think that's why we didn't see full consensus either way so far with the cabinet, and I think that this correlation study is going to be very key in that process.
Continue on, Senator.
So in a different category, and I appreciate the fact that the heart of the non-codified section is basically let's learn this kind of information and come up with something useful, whereas the first part makes some assertions. So thank you for that. But getting back to the desire to have some sort of exemption, I guess my question is, we had about 3 or 4 different pieces of legislation that built the statute over the years, taking testimony from experts on what the best available practices were to address dyslexia and other reading difficulties, using a response to intervention and multi-tiered system of supports, trying to identify as early as possible. So we put together what we heard from testimony was effectively the best practices we could come up with. Which aspects of that are objectionable to some districts such that they want to be exempted from those best practices? And what supporting data suggests that their students would be as well off or better off without utilizing what we contemplate as the best practices based on extensive testimony on this legislative committee?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, great question. As Chief Hamill mentioned, there wasn't really any discussion of exemption from certain practices or reporting or that like. It was really around the screener and having greater flexibility for the one currently being used. And so it's interesting to discuss that. I mean, when you look at the data here, there isn't any district that has met the 85%. But there are a few that are far above many others. And so that begs to question if they are exceeding just about all of the others, why they should not be able to have the flexibility of their screener. And so I think that's what we want to continue to flesh out, what that threshold is. 25% to me and also to the cabinet seems far too high and includes districts that are, within the 50s. We don't know exactly what that is yet. And I think that we've heard that acknowledged from all various voices within the cabinet.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question just being, so I'm hearing from the cabinet, maybe the YTOP 3rd grade assessment may not be exactly what the best assessment tool. How does our YTOP 3rd grade scores compare to our 4th grade NAEP scores?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, I would have to pull those scores. I can't answer that accurately right now.
Mr. Chairman, I would add on the first part of your question, there was not consensus on whether or not YTOP was appropriate. I can understand varying viewpoints on that, whether or not we're talking about just simply reading words on a page versus that full comprehension, meeting the standards. And so there can be various opinions of what constitutes that proficiency. I don't know if you want to speak to that anymore. Covered.
Chairman Scott.
question on the YTOP and the NAEP. There is a relationship between them that's been, I think, fairly stable. When you compare our proficient, advanced, basic, and below basic, the YTOP is more favorable to Wyoming than the NAEP is, but there is a pretty steady relationship there. I forget the exact percentage. I think it's in the 6 or 7% difference there, but there is a stable difference. What I'm going to suggest, I've never yet seen a perfect assessment test. We've had YTOP for long enough, so I think we're gradually getting an understanding of what it means. And, Mr. Chairman, from our recalibration consultants at the last recalibration attempt, they said quite bluntly that the students that were scoring in the proficient and advanced categories on the third grade reading were learning how to read well enough so you could expect they were going to succeed not only academically, but after they left school. And that the ones that were scoring basic and below, that was not true. They were not going to be able to succeed in the high-tech economy we're getting into. So we have some professional advice there from the outside on what our scores on the YTOP at that level mean, Mr. Chairman. So what I would suggest is that instead of doing a percentage exemption, we simply exempt those schools that are doing better than 60% of their kids are in that proficient and advanced category. And that, if you did it on an annual basis, in the most recent year, that would exempt 14 of the districts, so slightly more than 25%. And I think that might be an appropriate way to start. You can refine it, say, well, let's use 2 out of the last 3 years kind of thing with some refinements. But that would be an approach I would take, because we do have some advice there, and Mr. Chairman, on what the YTOP means. And I think exempting them from that reporting and planning category is probably much more meaningful than trying to exempt them from having to have a screener. And how you could exempt them from, give them more choices what screener they use. But having a screener, I think, is something you want everybody to do. And the same thing with the professional development, Mr. Chairman. So I throw that out and ask the department, how do you feel about that kind of a change to things?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, we discussed that as well. I mean, I think for temporarily, as we figure out what that threshold is, that seems completely reasonable. We talked about, any district that's above 35%, because again, saying just the top 10%, they could all be failing, but that's not necessarily an appropriate number. And so looking at, to your point, of above a certain amount, I think the key is how we temporarily do that as we continue this work to find out, really what that threshold is. There's a lot of discussion, back to the representative's question, around YTOP, cut scores, how that translates into a proficiency and what's appropriate for these goals. And so I can't underscore enough that there's just a tremendous amount of conversation that is yet to be had.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I guess probably not a question directly, but maybe a little bit more of a statement. And I will also say I'm beyond relieved, right, to hear that there wasn't consensus, which I'm not shocked at all, that there wasn't consensus to eliminate or exempt any districts from doing this. I was slightly even appalled at the fact that we even had the discussion on something of exempting a screener when we don't even technically have this fully in place yet. It won't even fully be technically in place until next year. And so as we're starting to process this, I understand that the discussion of screener and YTOP and these two things, but they're two completely different mechanisms that we're talking about. The YTOP is a reading assessment that we're talking about, can the kids read it at grade level, right? But the screener over here that we're trying to identify dyslexic kids and other reading difficulties is a 10-minute exercise 3 times a year. We're not asking for a full-on YTOP discussion and testing these kids for hours and hours and hours a day. That's not what we've asked for. And so the discussion and the topic of going down this way, well, we need to start looking at exemptions already for something that's not even in place, is frustrating to me. Secondarily, so I'm happy to hear that comment that we did not have consensus. I assumed we were going to have a discussion and an argument about that at some point or another, and it sounds like that happened. The discussion from Representative Closton here on, can we correlate that? And even with Senator Rothfuss, can we have some level of correlation? You're not going to find a correlation between dyslexic students and the YTOP. We're not talking about apples and oranges here. So this discussion of we want to exempt when somebody's high at reading, I don't want to exempt anybody from being screened, because that one student or those 6 students across the state that get missed because that district was a really good district at reading, we just lost those 6 students and we just put them behind for the rest of their lives.
I wanted to pile on. One of the concerns that I think we're overlooking is the importance of demographics, affluence, and the capacity to compensate for test scores and to show up well. There are a lot of children that are doing a great job on that 3rd grade reading test and are showing up as proficient that have reading disorders. And a lot of those students are ones that have been able to compensate, whether they're very clever and find ways to compensate at 3rd grade, or whether they have sufficient resources and time at home where the parents are capable of stepping in and ensuring that they're at grade level. Doesn't mean they don't need a screener. It doesn't mean that they shouldn't have a scaffolded, appropriate system of supports in place to help them address their reading challenges. It just means that they're reading proficiently. I share Representative Brown's concerns about utilizing an indicator of the YTOP test, which is not and never was intended to be an indicator for, are there students that need additional reading support because they have dyslexia or other reading disabilities. Unless there is a clear indication of correlation between a testing screener and what we're testing for, it's inappropriate to use that as the assessment. And this is the struggle that Superintendent Degenfelder is emphasizing through the second half of the bill, which is let's come up with some correlations and let's actually understand what screeners present good data that we can make decisions on. So the idea that we would provide an exemption in the absence of strong data and correlation before we study it, we might as well go by the football scores from the state championship a few weeks ago and say, well, Sheridan did a great job, won the state championship once again, let's exempt them from the screener. There's no correlation. Good job, by the way, congratulations once again. 3-peat, as I understand it, Senator Beitman. 3-peat again. Yeah, right. It's not scientifically supported to assume that just because this is the data we have, that we can draw a conclusion that relates to early childhood development, reading disorders, and dyslexia. And it's irresponsible, in my view, consistent with what Representative Brown was talking about, for us to be going down that path until we have the data. So there might be a point at which we can make an exemption and say your screener's great. But if we understand that a screener is great and directly correlated with the outcomes we want, we should just add the screener to the list instead of exempting them. And that just makes good scientific sense as opposed to policy preference for districts that we see having high scores at the upper end. And we know from a lot of the earlier conversations with the Accountability Act that it is important to be looking at bottom, mid, and top quartiles and evaluating them entirely separately and recognizing that you can be doing great at the high end while still suffering at the low end or vice versa. And my final point, Mr. Chairman, is a quick look over this chart makes it very clear that demographics are a very important part of outcomes, as opposed to just how good is your teaching set and how good is your screener. Many of these districts that have a high population of below basic have other demographic challenges that are the driving force behind their outcomes more than their educational system. So I'll stop right there and see if there are any thoughts inconsistent with the discussion. It sounds like a lot of that same discussion was had by the steering committee. So I'd look to the department for any thoughts on that.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Rothfuss, I think you probably summarized a lot of the conversation of the cabinet pretty succinctly without being at the meetings.
And
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a question about those meetings also. And, as I hear the discussion, it's like the top performing schools, they want to be exempt and they say we have our own screeners. Is that the only issue that they want to be, why they want to be exempt, or are there other issues that they bring up in that discussion?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, that's a great question. There was also concern about the professional development requirements that were proposed and now are in rule, because I think that a district that is considered typically high performing, relatively so, their professional development is tied very tightly to the system that they use to screen and progress monitor their students. So I think there was some concern about that from that district, that potentially they didn't see the flexibility in the professional development requirements that would allow them to continue to move forward with the program that they have in place. And so that we didn't really have time to dive into that discussion. So I don't know that I have generalized comments that I can share about the thoughts of the cabinet on that.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. From their perspective, I guess along with the exemption would be the more than an expectation that they have their own screener, but probably the language of the exemption should include that they have an alternative screener, and that it's just assumed that it's a good screener because they're a good performing district. Would that be accurate?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, I hesitate to speak too much for a particular district. I do believe that some of these districts that we're speaking of will plan to testify during public comment as well, so it might be better appropriate for them.
Mr. Chairman, let me sort of synthesize what I'm seeing out of this discussion in the department, react to it, and ask other people that are going to testify to react. It seems to me that the business of exempting, I must say I agree with Senator Rothfuss and Representative Brown that we shouldn't exempt people from having to have the screeners because they're part of a good performance. Giving districts some flexibility as to which screener to use, which professional development to use, that would potentially be useful, but just exempting them from the requirement, Mr. Chairman, I think would not be. It does seem to me that when you look at the YTOP, that's an assessment test that we have, because if you can't measure what you're doing, you can't manage it. And that's the purpose of YTOP. So using that as a way to say, look, we don't need to have extra reports or something like that from these districts that are giving us a high performance. We can give them with confidence more flexibility in how they implement some of the things. Those things make sense to me as a sensible way to react to the management data that we're getting from the YTOP, which is the purpose of that. And Mr. Chairman, based on that model of the world, I'm going to suggest some amendments when we get to that point. But What I'm asking is does that model of how things work, does that make sense to you? And is it going to make sense to some of the other people going to testify?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, I think you first brought up a very good point that it's important to keep in mind that what we're really not talking about an exemption. I don't think any of the districts want an exemption from a screener. They are seeking to use their own screener. And so that's important to keep into context. I do acknowledge that there is one district that a 3-year average is over 5 percentage points higher than all the rest. And so that's part of this discussion. As it relates to YTOP and screeners, I don't disagree with any of the statements that have been made. We're talking, I think, about the same thing. It's really just what your ultimate measure in policy and statute you want that to be. If you want that to be YTOP, that is really effectively encompasses all of our state standards around English language arts, versus a screener that is identifying children with reading difficulties, that's really what we're talking about.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have just a quick question based off of our last discussion about this bill, and I was trying to search through and go back to our minutes to try to look at this, and I even checked with our LSO staff. It was my understanding that the principal idea of this bill was to actually go in and clean up a few of the, I'll say, language issues that we had, and that there was some confusion about what does this word mean or something along those lines. And then it morphed into the exemption, and which honestly seems to be the bigger portion of the discussion than anything else. But my question directly is, beyond the exemption and beyond that discussion, did we clean up the rest of the issues that the cabinet identified as concerning, or that there was some thoughts around maybe tweaking the language? Did we hit the nail on the head there, or is there some additional language that we would like to look at there?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Brown, that's a great question. And I think that the cabinet has a lot of confidence in their ability to continue working and making recommendations. I think if you reflect back to the August meeting, we talked at a very high level that the cabinet had only had the opportunity to meet one time, that it wasn't a full cabinet that was constituted that day, and that from that one discussion was this idea of looking at an exemption. The idea was tossed out at a 25%, the top 25%, or potentially even, you'll recall that there was an idea of maybe we just say anyone above 70%. So it was a very high level ideas being shared and recommendations, if you will. After that meeting, the cabinet has continued to meet, and knowing the time sensitivity of this draft bill and the need to bring some information forward, that's really what the cabinet has focused on at its last 3 meetings, diving into the data and looking at what recommendations or how could that potentially be refined. And I think that they have every intention of continuing to meet to look at how other ways that the statute might need to be changed to be able to be a framework that supports all districts.
Thank you. I want to come back. My understanding was that the original intent of the bill is that we identify kids with dyslexia and reading disabilities. My question is, if that's the intent of the bill, why is it not appropriate for a school or a district to be able to pick a screener of their choice? Because what we want to see is we want to pick up on if a kid can or can't read and how that is over time. I don't know why we're so worried about like this school district or that school district. We need to be worried about, do we have a good screener? Does each school have a choice of good screeners that they can pick from so that they can identify those kids and bring it back to identifying those kids and getting them the help that they need? I feel like maybe we're making this process way more complex than it needs to be.
All right, Mr. Chairman and Senator, I didn't really hear a question there, but I'll speak just a little bit about the screeners. So the statute requires that the WD identify characteristics by which screeners can be approved. There was a committee that you'll hear about likely after lunch, since the agenda seemed a little flipped, that worked extensively on what should that criteria be that would be utilized then to approve screeners. Two of those really important topics or concepts that are embedded in that are that the screener be technically adequate, meaning that it is both valid and reliable. And those components are critically important if we're going to be able to have the data to be able to look at students, that also that those screeners are screening for the right types of skills that are predictive in nature of being a typically developing literate student. And then the committee that worked on that also went a little bit further and said, you know, it needs to be brief. And they recommended a few other things. But the concept of this criteria was developed by yet another group of literacy reading experts that were informed by national experts as well. And they identified the criteria by which each screener should be evaluated for approval and use in our state. Right now, there are 6 approved screeners to choose from, and there are several in the queue that are being evaluated to see if they can be approved.
So is the screener that is desired by the one district that is really kind of the source of a lot of this concern, one that is on the list for consideration, or is it just inherently ineligible based on the standards that were set up?
Mr. Chairman and Senator, it is not, I don't, they would be best to speak to that, but I don't believe that they use a screener that has been evaluated. I think my understanding is that it's potentially a benchmarking system that is embedded in a curriculum that they don't use as a curriculum is what I'm told, but that they utilize that benchmarking system. And I believe that they can provide a lot more information about that process.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, one other follow-up. So kind of drawing back to the last few years when we've been working on this, a lot of the concern and outlier concern that this is intended to address is based on whole language versus phonics and phonemic awareness contemplations with development of reading and language skills in the early grades, and the ability for the evidence-based, I think we used, evidence-based literacy instruction and intervention, which is the language that we chose, to focus on dyslexia and other reading difficulties. And so that becomes the emphasis, where while whole language isn't excluded, I think there's a belief that it doesn't fully satisfy those statutory requirements. And that's one of the concerns of a desire for an exemption, to try not to have to incorporate the evidence-based literacy instruction and intervention that's required by statute. Is that a fair assessment of the desire of our high-performing district here, or should I be asking them that question?
Mr. Chairman, I think it'd be best if they respond to that.
Is any other district requesting this exemption?
Mr. Chairman and Senator Rothfuss, I have not heard from any other districts to request an exemption.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, it's hard to gather data when you have so many screens. I'm starting to lean to, do we have any correlation between the highest performing districts and the lowest performing districts, and maybe what screens are using? I'd like to know if certain screens are catching these kids that have problems earlier in kindergarten or in first grade.
Mr. Chairman and Representative, I think it would be difficult at this point to draw any conclusions because, as you know, the rules were in development. And so we potentially had districts using a process. All school districts in our state have a reading program that includes some sort of early identification, progress monitoring. But to be able to kind of put them into buckets to say this district has been using this one this long and gets this results and be able to make that crosswalk would be pretty difficult. The rules have been signed into effect, and so we'll see, while some districts had already made the shift and moved to using one of those approved screeners, that we'll see better data now that it's in place if a change isn't made. And then, of course, the correlation study that we're asking for will be key to looking at that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to just piggyback off that answer, that was the whole entire purpose of this law. 100% was to do exactly that. We had 70 some odd screeners, I believe, at one point that we identified across the state. And it was my intention to whittle that down. I wanted one. We got to 3, and then we said, okay, we'll let the department make the decision on what is valid and reliable. And we now have a list of valid and reliable screeners so we can have apples to apples. And now we have this bill in front of us to sit there and draw that correlation study, which is exactly what we need to continue making effective progress in our K through 3 reading. So 100%, what? Which is exactly why this bill and this law was written into place 3 years ago, was for exactly your question, that we did not have that correlation. We did not understand who was doing better because of what screener, who was being missed because of what. We now have at least a baseline to start with that we didn't have before. So again, I'll go back to the frustration of we want to have any level of exemption. We don't want to have that because we want to still continue to make sure that we're identifying those kids everywhere across the state with a valid and reliable screener that the department has approved.
From districts and see what they have to say. Thank you. Anybody?
Mr. Chairman, Scott Stoltz from Sheridan 2 is online.
That'll work.
Mr. Stoltz, whenever you are ready.
Okay, I think we've got our technology working.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Great. Scott Stoltz, Superintendent of Schools in District 2. I appreciate the opportunity to allow myself and Christy Griffa, who is our Assistant Superintendent, working specifically with curriculum. So I guess a couple things that we would like to share is, please understand, and Superintendent Degenfelder did say it very well, is districts are not, and we are not requesting to be exempt from screening, from professional development, any of those effective practices that help ensure the learning of all students. We would never do that. That is not a practice, and that does not work best for kids. Yet when we look at the data, which we know when we're talking about a specific district and one district that's requesting an exemption, it is us. And when we look at the 3-year data, which you have in front of you, when we're at 70.5%, no, we're not at 85%. And 85% should be what our goal is. Actually, it should be 100%, but yet we're at 70.5% for a 3-year average. The next closest school district is at 65.1. So we're over 5 percentage points higher than the second school district regarding proficiency of students in 3rd grade. So what our concern is that at this point, what we're being told is that we have to comply with one of the screeners that has been outlined through the Department of Education. We had submitted our request to use our specific screener, and that information is forthcoming. What we're looking at is it works for us. We look at last year's data, we still are #1 school district across the state in regards to percentage of students that are proficient in 3rd grade. look at a 3-year average, which I think is critically important when we look at sustained data. Because you can be up and down in a cyclical fashion, but if you can prove through sustained data, I think that proves that what we're doing is working. Do we have it all figured out? Absolutely not. And every year we reflect, we refine to make it better. For example, phonemic awareness. We have added that because we knew that our students needed more in that particular area. We've added to what we've provided our students, knowing that there are areas that we need to grow in. But our concern is that being told that we have to provide and be prescripted to one of these specific screeners or professional development. I guess this is a bit of an extreme, but it was brought up. It would be almost like telling Coach Mowry, who's our head football coach, to stay instead of being able to run a spread offense, you now have to run double tight, 2-back set, and run between the tackles. That's not what works best for us. We provided sustained over time, consistent success with our kids. Yes, we want to get better. Yes, we want to grow. And yes, we want to comply with screening professional development that is consistent, that does in fact ensure the meaning of our kids. And we use the data to drive instruction. We are asking for the exemption because of that, not because we feel like we have it all and that we can't get better, because we can. And I don't ever want that to be the message, because we're all about wanting to grow and to make sure and to drive and to make sure that every one of our kids can read at grade level. We want that, and we'll continue to strive for that. But we just feel like by prescribing and informing us that we have to comply with one of those that currently is being identified as one of our screeners or the professional development is going to hinder what we do, and it's not going to be most effective for our kids.
Questions for Scott? Go ahead.
Superintendent, getting back to the discussion we were having before you joined, can you talk to us about how your screener that you use identifies those that may have dyslexia or other reading difficulties, and how it comports with the evidence-based literacy instruction that is required by statute, which is really the objective? That's sort of part one. And part two is, if it does comply with those things, why can't your screener simply be approved through the process that we've put in place, which allows for that flexibility?
Go ahead, Scott.
Yes, thank you. Actually, I'm going to have Christy Griffiths share that information with you.
Absolutely. One of the differences between the screener that we implement and some of the other screeners is asking kids to orchestrate the phonemic awareness, phonics skills, and different skills that are screened through the statute as they actually read a book, rather than assessing these things in isolation. In addition to that, I would argue that no one should be able to claim that term evidence-based, and we can provide plenty of evidence that proves the effectiveness of our screener for identifying reading difficulties, and we'd be happy to share some of that with you. I think it's also important to mention that we're not necessarily seeking an exemption, but rather would like permission to continue to utilize the screeners in professional development, which have driven us consistently to produce high results for our third graders. So rather than an exemption from the screening, we'd like permission to continue to improve our systems rather than utilizing the screeners approved through WDE. And I'd also like to add that we did submit a request to have our screening instrument evaluated, but we haven't heard back on the decision there.
Follow up?
I guess this gets to the question of, there's a difference between an exemption and an approval process. And if what I heard is that your district believes that the screener that you're using meets the requirements of statute. So I don't understand why we need an exemption so much as need to work through the process that is in place that would provide your screening process with clarity to be used under statute.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. One piece I have heard is that our screener at times does not meet the requirement to be brief or less than 10 minutes, because when we identify there could potentially be an issue, additional information is needed and to determine what that issue might be. So there are times when struggle is maybe at hand that the screener might take longer than that 10 minutes.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, a quick follow-up.
No, Chairman Scott.
I was on the same question. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
I was just going to say, are there any other, so that's one challenge that we're overly specific on the amount of time. Were there any other areas where you feel that your screener was unable to meet the
the language of the requirements, but might meet the spirit of those requirements.
Not from our perspective, but like I said, we haven't heard any information from WDE regarding the findings based on the submission.
Go ahead, Chairman Scott.
Mr. Chairman, what I'm following up on this, what I'm hearing is that their techniques just don't quite fit the model that we have generally promulgated in the statute. And what I want to do is, I'm working on some specific language, say that high-performing districts like this one, may, notwithstanding subsection E of this section, which is where the screeners are, may use screening techniques and professional development that fit their instruction system, so that you have the ability for these districts to just do things a little differently and a little broader than they got to get their screener approved kind of thing. They're using a slightly different technique. Would that solve Sheridan's problem?
I think it might be easier to solve Sheridan's problem just by having a little bit of work time with trying to address that time requirement, where if what you have is a discontinuous period of time and an ongoing screener process is what I'm hearing, where it's an ongoing process where you probably have 20 boxes to check or something like that, and you do it over a course of a few weeks or a few days. I don't think that's counter to any language in statute, honestly. I think that was just probably an agreement that the working group put together, that it should be quick, which makes sense because we don't want a bunch of testing. So this might just be a circumstance where the process didn't provide sufficient allowance for the in-classroom screening approach. I don't know that we need statutory language. I feel like that can just be fixed through a conversation. But the exemption concerns me because, while this system is very effective in Sheridan too, the reality is if this exact same, if everything, the entire education system were taken to Fremont 14, let's say, we wouldn't be entertaining them for an exemption because they'd be one of the bottom quartile performing school districts with the exact same system. And I believe the superintendent would probably agree with me there, unless he has a lot of confidence in that curriculum. So it's not the curriculum necessarily, it is to a large degree the demographics, but I think the request is a reasonable request, that if the only thing holding them back is that they have an integrated screener, but it is still a structured screener that meets all of the other requirements, I don't see why that wouldn't be something that would be acceptable, and maybe we can work through that process.
Mr. Chairman, can I get the Sheridan District to answer the question? Does the language I was suggesting, does it fix their problem?
That's what I was wondering. Go ahead, Scott. You guys.
Yeah, I do believe that is accurate. And I also like the direction that you are articulating this regarding not requesting an exemption, because I feel like that's sending the wrong message. I think rather it would be that going through a process that hopefully then our screening and professional development would meet the criteria and thus would be approved for us to allow that to continue to be used throughout our school district.
Representative Provenza's waited patiently. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When you were describing your tests early on, you mentioned words in isolation, and I'm wanting to get a clarification on how that differs, because I think there's been substantial conversation in the understanding of like phonics and being able to sound out words versus looking at words and sentences in context, trying to decipher these things. I might be confabulating information with teaching reading and then the dyslexia screener, but I'm wanting to maybe get clarification what you mean by looking at words in isolation, how that differs from approved screeners.
Go ahead, Scott.
I'll have Christy share that information.
Sure. A lot of the approved screeners will provide students with a list of words with no context that they read, or a list of sounds with no context that they read. And rather, we ask kids to read in context so that they can draw on the context of the book, as well as their phonics, sounding out words and decoding. I think it's important to just mention that recently Science of Reading advocates have really presented misleading messages that a lot of people are attracted to because it sounds like a simple solution to a complex issue. And it's important to just mention that there isn't a magic trick that will improve literacy learning, with the exception of really highly trained, observant, and responsive teachers. And that's what our teachers have engaged in, and what they've developed is a process for observing those discrete behaviors as students are reading. Does that answer your question?
Follow up?
Mr. Chairman, yes, that answers my question. I give pause to the concern of evidence-based issues with reading, because I think that there is a science of reading that experts have found, and I'd hate to deviate from that understanding based on other evidence that doesn't meet the scientific rigor that I expect of our schools to provide our children.
I'd like to acknowledge Speaker Summers. He's walked in and sat down, and we have yet to acknowledge him. So nice to have you here. Representative Brown, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With a little bit of latitude, I have a few questions here. My first question directly to Sheridan is what's the name of the screener that you guys utilize?
Absolutely. We use the benchmark assessment system.
Okay. And so we have 6 screeners available currently on the state approved list. And how does this compare to the program that you list with those 6? What out of those 6 programs that have been approved and have been vetted by the department, what differences does yours have compared to those 6?
Go ahead.
Sure. I think one of the most notable differences is the depth of comprehension that students are assessed on. So not only are we assessing for some early literacy skills, also we're assessing for deep comprehension relative to the standards. That's one major component that I would mention.
Okay, so follow up on that, Mr. Chairman. The depth of comprehension, is that a direct correlation to dyslexia and other reading difficulties, or is that a reading assessment that you're testing for?
Sure, I would not say that it's a direct correlation to dyslexia, but the other elements are the correlation. Is that what he said?
Okay. And 2 more questions if I can here, Mr. Chairman. So is there anything that states that you guys, I understand you guys are looking at this and saying, hey, look, please let us use what we're doing. We're working. I get that. And pardon the I guess the way I'm going to phrase this, but you guys are still not meeting the benchmark that we set in statute, and you guys are asking for an exemption. And the way I look at this is being the skinniest kid at fat camp, right? You guys are not meeting the benchmark that we want, yet you guys are looking for an exemption, or you guys want to be able to utilize what you guys have. Is there anything that states in statute that you guys cannot continue to utilize what you have in conjunction with what we have asked the department to approve?
I guess how I see that, this is Scott, what I see that is first I would say probably not no, but here's the concern that we have. For example, if it is required that we have to choose one of those 6 currently being approved, then that would mean that there would be, I would see an additional amount of funding that would have to go towards purchasing the screener, training our teachers, knowing full well that the information that we are obtaining, certainly we'll use it to see if it can improve instruction and thus our student learning. But at the same time, we don't necessarily see that that's fiduciarily responsible on our part to spend a lot of money training our teachers on something that perhaps is not going to help us get any better. And I guess the argument would be, when we know that those 6 screeners that are approved are currently existing in school districts throughout the state, there is not one of them that is exceeding what we do. Would we look at those and say, is there pieces of this? Although you hate to part and parcel something when you don't do it with fidelity, but is there something within that could help us get better? So our argument would be, you're right, we're not at 85%. but nobody else is. Nobody's close to us. And that's the concern we have is you've got districts using these screeners and they're not getting there. But yet we are, and we're using something different. So maybe it should be flipped to say, how about everybody else do what we do? Because we're the highest performing district in the state and have been so for years.
Mr. Chairman, last question. I appreciate that, Scott. Thank you very much. My last question, and it directly relates to your last statement that you just made about reading comprehension and the Y-top scores that you guys continuously utilize as the look how good we are. How many dyslexics are identified in your district every single year? And then on top of that, how many dyslexic students are missed every single year with your screener?
Yeah, that's a fair question. I don't know the answer to that. What percentage of kids have reading difficulties? I guess it depends on how we define that. What's a percentage of students that have an IEP for reading disabilities? Certainly we could provide that percentage. And how many kids do we miss? That's probably near impossible to identify. What does that look like?
And it's not a good diagnosis. It's an unfirm diagnosis.
Anybody else have any questions for Scott? Go ahead, Representative Berger.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Superintendent, for being here and your testimony. My question is, what intervention programs are you guys using in your district?
Yes, I'll have Christy specifically speak to that.
Sure. Our intervention system is primarily based on the theory of reading recovery that was developed by Mari Clay. Now, reading recovery is typically implemented in first grade, but we do have other layers of intervention, including literacy lessons. We utilize some LLI resources. Additionally, we have targeted booster groups that are focused around phonemic awareness or phonics, writing, comprehension specifically. It's all dependent on what information we gather based on the student's need, and then the intervention is designed for those specific needs.
Mr. Chairman. Awesome. That's the answer I was wanting. Great answer.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman.
Quick follow-up on that. Am I right in thinking that the resources you use are individualized to the specific needs of individual students?
That's accurate.
Yep, that's exactly right. Okay, further questions for the dynamic duo up in Sheridan County? Thank you very much.
We appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for getting online. All right, ladies, who's up? Please state your name.
My name's Mary Schmidt. I am a Natrona County School Board trustee. I am not here representing Natrona County. I am here on my own accord. Listening to you discuss this issue, there's a few things as a board trustee that concerns me. One, it is the desire of this board and of the Department of Education to control exactly what we do and how we assess things in our district. It is my understanding that the most local control of any government entity is a school board, and yet you are now sitting here determining that we can only use a certain amount of screeners in a certain way to do certain things. Sheridan has proven a great deal of success, and from what I can understand, a large portion of that is because of phonetic awareness. There are fundamentals to reading. Phonics are it. Your standards that you have subsequently listed in state statute and have given to the Department of Education do not work developmentally. They concentrate from K through second grade on comprehension. Comprehension is not necessary to a child of that age. It is phonetic awareness. It is understanding how to spell. It is understanding how to read those words and recognition of those words. When you have dyslexia or any other reading disability, you still have to understand the fundamentals of reading, and you still have to apply those. It does not matter your demographics, because we all still have to. There is a fundamental truth to reading, and it's the fundamentals, the phonetic awareness of it. And regardless of what your background is, what your reading issue is, you still have to understand those. And each district, as Senator Roth said, Fremont has different issues, demographic issues, and their staff should be the one to recognize, analyze, and figure out how to take the phonetic awareness and apply it to those children, just as Sheridan County has done. And this is something that we have to realize as a district and as you as the legislatures and as the Department of Education has to understand. You're not in the classroom. You are sitting here. And you need to understand that your distance does lead to a lot of misunderstanding on how this works. Secondly, your standards is where you need to start with this. It is unbelievable looking at these right now that writing using comprehension and that type of thing is what you're requiring of a child in K through second grade. They're never going to get past the percentages they're at right now with these standards. And that is where you should start with this issue. Dyslexia and the reading problems are being taken care of in the districts. We here in our districts are developing a program, Letters, which is a phonetic awareness. And we have had teachers tell us in our school visits, it's amazing how quickly the kids are catching on with being taught phonetic awareness. That is the key, and that is what's missing. And Sheridan County has always used phonetic awareness. It's been a very strong point. And that is something that needs to be used in all districts. And when you look at how many standards that you guys have put on K through second grade, if you go through the 10 content areas that are legislatively required and you look at them, and then you go on the Department of Education and look at how they're shaken down, they go all the way to kindergarten. Tell me, how is performing arts, PE, science, social studies have anything to do with the kindergarten through second grade learning how to read? Those are not necessary, and those burdens should not be put on an elementary school teacher when they're trying to get children to the fundamentals of reading up to third grade. Your Y-top test is a reflection of your standards. The comprehension that Sheridan was talking about is a reflection of the standards. It's not necessary, but they have to do it in order to get the Y-top scores. This is your problem. You have directed things incorrectly, and it would behoove you to go through these standards and then put grades along with them, so that reading and literature, liberal arts includes grammar, spelling, phonetic awareness. Those are the ones. Handwriting, not writing in the form of a text, but handwriting in the hand-eye coordination format. Those are the standards that should only be applied to a kindergarten through second grade, and then we will see how our test scores improve. Sheridan has proven it by tweaking and manipulating the standards that have come from the Department of Education, and they've manipulated them into the point where they can get children to read. That is what they've been doing, and it's been a very good, successful thing. But if you have a district that's going to stick straight to the rules, they're not going to make it based off of these standards. And you really need to start directing things in that regard and not worrying about whether they're using one of your 6 pre-programmed, pre-identified industrial education models. That's not how we should be educating based off of the industrial education system. We should be doing it on what has worked, and phonetic awareness is that. And regardless of your dyslexia, regardless of your reading disability, you still have to know and learn the fundamentals through the process with which you have that disability. Those two have to go together. You can't just ignore it. And so recognizing them and mandating and micromanaging how they determine that is a waste of everybody's time. Thank you. I'll stand for questions.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Lindsay Adam. I am from Level Up Alumni, which is a group of state and district teachers of the year. I was a district teacher of the year in 2021 in Sublette County School District number 1, but I'm not here representing them. I just wanted to say a couple of things. First, as a teacher of 15 years in the classroom, I feel what you see when you look at these Y-top scores. They're extremely disappointing. I want them to be better. But I think, as been said here, we all need to recognize that the Y-top is not a test of whether kids can read. It is a test of very high-level verbal reasoning that has nothing to do with the basics of and the science of reading that we're talking about here with these screeners. So, as we've kind of seen, if you don't have the basics, you're never going to get better at this high-level stuff. If I may address the whole committee and the audience, has anybody, who else here has given or read verbatim the Y-top to any student? 1, 2, 3, awesome. Any day that I have the choice, I would much rather take the ACT. The standards that are on the YTOP are extremely challenging. They are not always grade appropriate. And I work with kids who struggle. So it's always a painful process, but I'm always amazed when I meet any kid who is proficient in grade level because they are the exception, not the norm. That being said, as a teacher, I would also really like to know how my kids are really doing against other schools in the state. Not on really high-level language arts and comparing, fables to modern-day scientific texts, using multiple choice questions that are quite frankly very subjective sometimes. I want to know if my kids can read, and I want to know if they can do math, and I want to be able to compare my students to other schools. So I think the idea of not a universal K-3 screener, but 6 to 10 seems reasonable because we can't compare without being able to have the same test. Even in my district, we have been screening students K through 5 for the last 10 years. And then 5 years ago, we also started screening 6 through 8. And 2 years ago, we also started screening 9 through 12th graders. Everybody, every year has to show us that they can still read, that they didn't develop vision problems or whatever. That's not the norm in all districts, but that's what we all should be doing. So yes, I think we need a screener that is evidence-based, science-based. Everything that is in letters should be what we use to choose those screeners. I'm not familiar with all the ones the WDE has identified, but some of them I am, and I know that they are excellent at identifying actual reading skills. I would actually take it one step further and say that this bill misses the mark hugely by only going K-3. Because in my experience as an educator in Wyoming, the kids who are born and raised in Wyoming are doing awesome. It's all of the transfers we get, whether it's from California or Utah or Arizona or Mexico or El Salvador or Peru or China. Those are the kids that are coming after 3rd grade. And if they show up to a district that doesn't have a 3 times a year basic reading screener in process, which is a lot of districts, they're gonna fall through the cracks, and kids get really good at faking it on any kind of test where they just get to talk about comprehension because they're good at looking at pictures. They're real good at looking at the first 3 letters of a word and figuring out what that word probably is. So they're really good at seeming like they know what's going on. And then they go to take the YTOP, which requires very deep cognitive skills and reasoning skills. And there's no pictures, there's no support. They can't fake it there. So in conclusion, I would like to see 6 to 10 universal screeners based on the science of reading required for all school districts for all grade levels. Kids need to read beyond grade 3. And with that, I stand and yield for questions.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for being here. One question there, maybe a follow-up, but what about the kids that miss 50 days in a whole year, 60 days, even 30? How are they performing on the YTOP in your school or in your classroom?
It's, Mr. Chairman, it's painful. I mean,
Mr. Chairman, would you like to see those kids exempt from your accountability, you being accountable for those kids?
Can you rephrase the question?
What, would you like to see kids who are missing 50 days a year being expected to take the YTOP and those scores being accounted against you and your performance as a teacher?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Berger, I would like to know if those kids can read based on a basic test of phonics and comprehension. Whether or not they have super high level verbal reasoning skills and cognitive language skills is less important to me. And do I want that to reflect on my ability to teach them when I have not seen them? Absolutely not.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman? Thank you for your testimony and the discussion on the higher grades in particular. I think you bring very good points about us needing to find a system for that. We focused on K-3, but it is based on the assumption that they're going through our K-3 process. And
I don't think we've spent a lot of time discussing the idea of, who did we miss along the way and how do we make sure that they're being addressed. So thank you for that. Getting back to one of the first points you were making, though, about our standards and our testing, particularly YTOP, is comprehensive reading and comprehension of that reading, as opposed to simply can I read, can I decipher, can I break down the words. Would it be helpful to do a better job of classifying what might even be the same content on the YTOP, so that rather than only having it reported as an aggregate score, we really have an understanding of a score related to your reading, your ability to engage in the fundamentals of reading, and then maybe separate that from reading comprehension and the higher meaning of what you're reading. Because honestly, I think that could probably even be done within the test questions we're giving right now if we did a better job of the analysis and breakdown of those questions. So what are your thoughts on that?
Mr. Chairman, Senator. Yes, and you can break down the score of a YTOP. If you're looking at a language arts score, it will give you more, it will drill in more specifically to how they do on informational text or literature. The whole test assumes basic phonics and basic comprehension as far as I know. So when I get a transfer student from whatever state or country, I already know that whatever they do on that test, the results will not be helpful to me. They're already below anything that test measures. If they're coming from, definitely if they speak another language, but there's also certain states that we tend to receive kids from that have completely fallen through the educational cracks there.
Questions for Ms. Adams? Thank you very much. Anybody else like to testify? If there's a group of you, please, or anybody else, please fill a seat so we don't lose so much time.
Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Megan Hesser, and honestly, some of the things I was going to speak about today, we can't exempt these districts, not even temporarily. If you exempt them temporarily, how is your correlational data going to stack up? You won't have any for them. You won't know how their students are actually doing in comparison against the rest of the state. It's going to completely invalidate your data. And I'd also like to throw out there that, is YTOP valid and reliable? Have there been studies done? Do we know that it's measuring what it's supposed to measure? Do we know that it's reliably doing so year after year? I don't think that data exists. I've tried to search, I can't find much. That may also impact your correlational study, because if they're using the screeners that are valid and reliable, and YTOP is not valid and reliable, it's going to skew things. It may not get the data that you want. And I also argue that this should be a longitudinal study. This shouldn't just be a one and done. You need to be, as the professional development requirements have gone into place, as schools are starting to spend money in that direction, you need to follow along and see what's happening. You can't just one and done right off the bat before everyone has fully trained their teachers. And as far as Sheridan 2 is concerned, if they're worried about one of these 6 screeners, I guarantee you that there is staff in Sheridan 1 that could help them with the training if they're worried about the cost of that. I'm sure they are very familiar with either Dibbles or Acadience, which is free if you score it yourself and don't pay for the online piece. It's still valid and reliable even if you don't use the computer system. And let's think about this. If you exempt these top performing schools, what happens when they're no longer a top performing school and they have to go back, and you've got all of these kindergartners who were never screened? And now, instead of just being a first grader trying to catch up on your kindergarten foundational skills, you're a third grader trying to catch up on 3 years of foundational skills that you missed. And at that point in your school year as an upper elementary student, there's probably very little intervention time built into your schedule. So what are you going to miss? PE, recess, science, social studies? It's not good for the students or the teachers. You're also going to build in more inconsistency. you do a screener this year, but not the next because you're exempt. We already have so many inconsistencies in education in general. You're just going to build more in by allowing exemptions. Right now, top 25%, that's 12 school districts. Only one of them is even close to that 80% proficiency. How is that okay? You're just okay with them missing that many students? I mean, these aren't just numbers. These are kids. These are kids that then have school trauma. It happens. School trauma happens when you can't read. Every day is a struggle. Every day is so much harder than it needs to be. And you think it's your fault. Doesn't matter how supportive your parents are. Those kids still think it's their fault. They aren't smart enough. And that is not okay, ever. And my son did great on the 3rd grade Y-top. He had accommodations. He did great. 4th grade, not so good. So you need to look at that longitudinal data again, 3rd grade Y-top to 4th grade Y-top. You've got to keep going. You've got to make sure the skills are following through. That's one of the problems with reading recovery as an intervention program. There has been a longitudinal study done on reading recovery, and the students who got that in 1st grade, it's only for 1st graders, by the way, and it is super expensive if you want to talk money. The students who got reading recovery in 1st grade, by 4th grade, were doing worse on reading than similar testing peers who did not get reading recovery. It didn't work. It made it worse. And another, benchmark assessment system, they're reading, it's testing phonemic awareness. It's really not testing phonemic awareness. Phonemic awareness is asking you to say the word cat and change the ah to ah. You're not doing that when you're reading a passage. So it's really not testing that. It's also not testing nonsense word fluency. If you give a student a word that is completely made up, then you know if they know their phonics. If they can figure out what that word says, then you know that they know. Otherwise, those students could have just memorized a ridiculous amount of words. My husband is an attorney. He made it through law school. He is most likely dyslexic. He has no phonemic awareness, none, as an adult. But he made it through law school because he could look like he was reading, because he memorized so many words. The deeper we've got into this with our son, it's been interesting because he's like, I don't even know how to spell this. I don't think I'm spelling this right anymore, because his brain has now realized what he's missing. And that is the same thing that's happening for these students. If you're reading a passage and you have context, you can guess the word that's missing. If you have a couple letters and you know what's happening in the passage, you can guess those words. You can look like you're reading. That is part of the reason why nonsense words are one of those 5 components that's in the state statute, and their assessment does not measure that. And I also find it, I will finish with this. Representative Brown had asked Annie McLaughlin, one of the other parent advocates that speaks here sometimes, if we could gather a spreadsheet of parents of struggling readers from around the state. And she turned it over to me so that I could help with the tech side of things. So we did a survey, and just word of mouth, Facebook, nothing super crazy. 35 families responded from across the state. 10 of those are from Laramie County 1, and 10 of those are from Teton. There are 3,000 students in Teton versus 14,000 in Laramie 1. But I got 10 parents that responded to that survey saying that they had trouble getting their child identified. They had trouble with proper intervention after that. It doesn't matter what district you're in, it's happening everywhere. They would be one of your top performing districts. Doesn't matter. They still have kids who are struggling. They still have parents who are spending $10,000, $15,000 to help remediate and fix what the school cannot. Out of those families that responded, 5 of them are in the meeting materials from Senator Scott with the rankings. 5 of them are in that top 12. With 15 different districts are represented out of those 35 families. And I guarantee you that we could find people who would respond to that survey in nearly every single district in this state. And I can also guarantee you that of the districts that are represented, we could find more families if we were in those communities. These are not the only families that are being impacted. And the conversations with a lot of the parents, I haven't spoken to everyone personally who did the survey, but I've spoken to several. And the repeating thing is that, you know, they just didn't know. They didn't know what they were seeing until they read some random article or had some random conversation with another parent, and then everything clicked into place and they understood what was happening with their child. Not every parent has that. We can't leave this to chance. We can't leave these kids to chance that their parents stumble across the right information to speak up at the school district and get them the help that they need. That's not fair to a huge percentage of our students. Out of the 35 families that filled out the survey, 34 answered how much they have spent out of pocket on things like tutors, counselors, evaluations, and attorneys. $957,000 was spent by those 34 families. One of those includes funeral expenses. Another does not, because the family didn't feel comfortable sharing that. Could you afford what these families are paying? Can you afford what we are paying? I'll stand for any questions.
Very good, thank you. Questions for
Good morning. My name is Chandel Pine, and I am here this morning to advocate for the parents and failing students of Wyoming. The failed education system in Wyoming is the reason my son, Paul Kenneth Pine, just shy of 12 years old, hung himself in the boys' bathroom with his hood on the coat rack in the stall. It was the first day of his IEP, or as he called it, his VIP. There is no reason to discuss the details that he was missing for 17 minutes, despite the safety plans, probationary status, or his individualized education plan that was to begin that day. Instead, I'm going to give you a tour of the road from his first day of kindergarten. I promise that I will be as brief as possible. Paul started kindergarten at Lebhart Elementary in Laramie County School District number 1 when he was 5 years and 6 months old. Paul had many problems this first year. He was acting out in class, having to either sit in the hallway or go to the other kindergarten classroom. His teacher stated that Paul was a little behind his peers, yet gave him all passing grades. She talked to me twice about his behavior, once at a book fair in the hallway in front of other students and parents, and once at a festival at school. At the end of the year, we asked if it would be appropriate for Paul, to have Paul repeat kindergarten because he did not have the foundational skills to build on. After pushback from his teacher and a meeting with the principal, who had been absent most of the year due to maternity leave, the answer was yes. When we told Paul he was going to stay in kindergarten again, he started crying, and he asked, "Am I going to be in trouble all of next year too?" I was simply speechless. Why was he in trouble all year? It was then that we put in a request for a boundary waiver for Paul to repeat kindergarten at Sunrise Elementary. The boundary waiver was granted, thankfully, as these were the best years of his short life. He made his lifelong friends and he learned. In 2018, we started building our home in Laramie County School District number 2. We were excited for our home. We were excited for Paul to be in a smaller class as he was behind his peers despite repeating kindergarten. He began 2nd grade at Carpenter Elementary in a class of 11. He received one-on-one attention, reading intervention, yet he was still having behavior problems. We went to visit with his pediatrician, and he had everyone who was involved in Paul's everyday life, us as parents and his educators, complete, the Vanderbilt forms. After this process, he was diagnosed with ADHD, and while this was an accurate diagnosis, it would be one so enormous it overshadowed every single issue, problem, and impulse he had until January 9th, 2023. In the spring semester of his second grade year, the world shut down due to COVID. We were all doing the best that we could, working for those of us that were determined mandatory, figuring out Google Classroom and how to be a teacher. We had been home for about a month, trying to balance play, work, and school. Play was easy as the weather was nice, work was accommodating, homeschooling was a different story. Our son Luke was in kindergarten. His work was simple and he understood. When we would try to do anything with Paul that was not math, us reading to him, or science, it was a parent's worst nightmare. This was the first time that Paul expressed a desire to not live. He had already been attending counseling before the pandemic, as he was struggling with adjusting to his new medication and diagnosis. He used a long sock and he tied it around his neck, stating he did not want to live. My husband and I were petrified and devastated. However, we sat down with our son and we listened to his frustration. I reached out to his teacher and said, "What do I do?" She said, "Just don't do schoolwork anymore." We designed a safety plan with his counselor and stayed home, and we just loved him. He started third grade at Carpenter Elementary, and he had an angel of a teacher. This was Paul's best year in school. He had friends, he felt socially accepted, he played each and every sport and aspired to be on student council. For the very first time in his life, he was exactly where he should be for his reading level at the end of third grade. We had thought that we'd really turn the page. Paul went into fourth grade, excited to be in the older group of kids, more opportunity for sports like football, and he was going to run for student body representative. I helped him make the signs and write a speech. He told me what he wanted to say, and I wrote it down. He did not, nor did I want him to get frustrated, as he would lose his chain of thoughts while trying to spell words. However, since transcribing for him, his personality was able to be shown with everything he wanted to do for Carpenter Elementary, with an epic Looney Tunes ending on his speech. At the first parent-teacher conference in fourth grade, I brought up Paul's handwriting. I stated we were really concerned as we could not read his handwriting. We could read his younger brother's handwriting. We were told that we did not have teacher eyes, but he was right on track. I was a bit lost on what to do as I didn't agree, and I was concerned because the teachers were team teaching. There were no spelling words or any homework coming home. This meeting was October 21st, 2021. I was going to do my research. However, COVID flipped our world upside down again. My mother was life flighted from Ivinson Memorial Hospital in Laramie to Colorado Springs. I drove down there as soon as I could, and I stayed in Colorado to be able to visit her, only coming home on the weekends to see my family. She passed away exactly 1 month later on December 7th. Paul was still bringing home passing grades and 3s on most of his report cards, and we were figuring out life without my mom. On April 8th, 2022, we attended a 504 meeting for Paul. We had no idea what a 504 meeting was until this point. I had asked a family member, as I knew their son had a 504 due to his cystic fibrosis, and I just didn't understand why Paul needed one. He did not take his medication at school. At the 504 meeting, I asked if it was an IEP and was told no. It was to put accommodations in place for Paul to succeed. He was a part of the meeting and came up with specific accommodations such as speech to text, audible books, etc. Despite not being at reading level, he still passed all of his classes and advanced to the next grade. Paul began 5th grade like any other year. However, it was not like every other year. After the beginning of the year assessments, Paul's teacher reached out as his scores were concerning for his emotional, social health, and his reading scores. The school later scheduled an intervention meeting for October 18th, 2022. Little did we know is at the time of scheduling of this meeting would be the day after he was discharged from Highlands Behavioral Health for suicidal ideations. On October 10th, 2022, we were leaving our home to go and take Paul to football practice, and on the way out of the house, he got into an argument with his brother. This was not unusual, a simple sibling altercation. However, I stated if they weren't able to get along, we would just stay home. This sent Paul over the edge, as he loved playing football. He went into the kitchen, grabbed a mechanical pencil off the counter, moved the football pad on his pants out of the way, and stabbed himself in each thigh with the pencil. I was scared. His little brother was scared. After we were able to calm Paul down, he told me he had been thinking of ending his life. I asked questions and learned he was thinking he would do it at school in the bathroom by music class. We knew we needed help. We took him to the hospital where he was evaluated the next evening. PART, which stands for Psychiatric Assessment Response Team, evaluated Paul and told them that he was still contemplating suicide, and he had been for some time. He was transported by ambulance to Highlands Behavioral Health, where we were only able to speak with him for 15 minutes each night and visit him twice a week. He attended group therapy, individual therapy. They changed the medication he was taking for ADHD. We had to have a psychiatrist and a counselor in place before he could come home. It was almost impossible to find both. However, somehow we did. His psychiatrist was treating him via virtual visits as she lived in Florida, and he was able to attend in-person counseling. When we attended the BIT meeting on October 18th, we learned that Paul was at a first grade reading level. Let that sink in for a moment. A child who had repeated kindergarten, struggled through school, had parents who attended all the parent-teacher conferences, was involved in the school's parent group, and asked all the right questions except for one: how do I get him evaluated for an IEP? Now I'm going to put some weight on your shoulders. Please do something that will make a change. Because the way our system is now is the reason my house is too quiet and my heart and family are broken, and why we no longer have our son. Thank you. I stand for questions.
Good morning. My name is Katrina Krim, and I'm going to speak on behalf of my 13-year-old son. So I would like all of you guys to remember 6th grade. Do you remember what your desks felt like? Was it hard? Did you have friends in the room? What did it feel like when you went to recess? Was it the escape from, in your best words, prison? What about when the teacher handed out an assignment and the paper is being passed back to you? You set the paper in front of you and you can't read it. The letters are flipping, the words are moving. What do you feel? Number one, you're ashamed. You have been struggling since kindergarten. You were diagnosed in 2nd grade with dyslexia. You still can't read. Do you raise your hand? Because if you do, the snickers start. The boys sitting around you can't wait to make fun of you at recess because you needed help again. Something my 13-year-old son deals with every day. Last year, I was so excited because they assigned him a Wyoming History Day project. My family is 5th generation Wyomingites. Dansby's Fish Hatchery. My dad is Morris Carter. I've driven wagons my entire life. My kids are 6th generation Wyomingites. I was so excited. This is something that would be in Riker's wheelhouse. He loves to ride horses. He rodeos. He shows cattle. And he's won a few speech contests. He's a winner in my book. That doesn't mean that's what he feels. School is prison. So at the time I thought, this is awesome. We will be able to put school and history together. So one of the teachers at school recommended he look at J.B. Oakey. Most of you probably don't know who J.B. Oakey is. He came out here at the age of 17 and became the sheep king of Wyoming. He put Lost Cabin on the map, the mansion in the middle of nowhere.
Riker had a lot of things that he had in common with J.B. Oki. Together, because they would not read him the book that his great-grandma gave me on J.B. Oki, they did not assign his para to read to him. So I did. And then I would say, remember, you have to have a quote to back up everything you say. He wrote a 9-page paper and got a C. Because he had help. I have a master's degree in ag education. You better believe this mom was going to war. But what about the other kids in that school that are facing the same issue? Both my boys are dyslexic. Were they getting the help that they needed? Apparently not. I hired a special education advocate at the advice of another parent. I insisted on testing right then. He was tested by 2 ladies out of Colorado. The results came back. He was reading at less than the 1st grade level. Is that acceptable? A 6th grade boy who's had almost perfect attendance has been through torture. Is that acceptable? Because for this mom, hell no. So he does now get the support that he needs. He's on a Zoom call every day for an hour doing Orton Gillingham with a lady out of Colorado. Why did I have to go to these lengths? My second son, 5th grade, same issues. He's having phonemic awareness problems. Once again, we go back to school, and I demand we put him in the same program. Otherwise, you're going to have the same result. He's going to be sitting in 6th grade next year, struggling again. So my request to you is, please do something for these kids. We try to provide wins for them because science has proven that these kids will have thoughts of suicide because they want it to end. Can you imagine going to school every single day and the simplest task is a struggle? Just to read a note is a struggle, let alone the kids that make fun of you. He doesn't have a single friend in Shoshone Elementary. Oh, by the way, that'd be one of your exempt schools. Guess what? They do exist. And they're natives to this great state. So I ask all of you to take into account Riker and Brogan. I've sent all of you a letter that Riker wrote. I scribed for him. I would encourage all of you to please read it. He wanted to come today, but I did not know the rules about him attending and speaking on his own behalf. But he can tell you, exempt schools does not mean the kids there are not struggling. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman, senators, representatives, my name is Gabe Wilson, and I am a retired teacher of 21 years, with 11 of those being as a reading intervention specialist. First of all, I want to thank all of these parents for coming and testifying. That is not an easy thing to do. I hope you'll keep in mind that these are just 3 out of thousands in the state. Through 11 years of being a reading interventionist, I saw these types of situations each and every year that I was a teacher and as a classroom teacher. This is not uncommon in Wyoming. The results are seen in our test scores and supported by that. This happens all the time. And I'm here to highly encourage you to not allow any exemptions at all. Every child in this state deserves to be screened from kindergarten through 3rd grade. We cannot allow even one student to slip through the cracks. You can see what happens when that happens. And we can't allow that anymore. We're a great state. We have great educators. We all want what's best for children. There is no doubt in my mind, every school does, every teacher does. But not everyone has the ability to get educated in the science of reading and what it is and how students learn to read. The science is there. It has been there for years and years and years, 30 plus years. We believe in science. We have the MRIs to prove the brain imaging, how students learn to read, how humans learn to read. They learn to read the same here as they do across the seas. It doesn't matter. It's just in a different language. But the research is there to show that we all learn to read the same. So we need to start addressing that in our state, and we need to start accepting the science and how it is that teachers need to teach students to learn how to read. I want to commend Sheridan too for the great work that they do up there. I know Assistant Superintendent Griffa. I've met her, I've worked with her. I respect what she does up there. But one thing I want to make extremely clear is that when they refer to a benchmark assessment as a screener, they are wordsmithing. They are not the same thing. So please don't allow that and accept that. And as I said, I have the utmost respect to them, but they are not the same. I was a second grade teacher for 6 years. I gave those benchmark assessments. They are not quick. They're painful, let me tell you. To do a class of 22 students took me probably 3 days by myself. Why my other students why I tried to keep them occupied doing educational things, because we didn't have the resources to have extra staff that could help us do that. And I didn't have the resources to hire a sub. I had to do it myself. I can do a screener in 10 minutes. I worked in a school where we did 530 students in 3 days. It is possible. It doesn't take time. I have to say I was quite shocked when they couldn't even tell us how many students were dyslexic. If I give them a screener, I can tell you right away within 3 days which students are at risk for reading difficulties or that need further assessing. I don't have to spend an hour. And let me tell you, the validity of some of those benchmark assessments is this. I had students come to me in second grade that would say, oh yeah, I remember that story, because each one has 2 stories, a nonfiction and a fiction. So if a student can't read at one level, you lower it, you raise it, and oh yeah, I've read that story. So there's very little validity in doing that type of assessment. Whereas with the benchmark screen, not a benchmark, but a screener, there is. I know this bill, Superintendent, I might have misunderstood you. This bill is asking for an exemption from screeners. It says in here, each high-performing school district shall be exempt from screening kindergarten through grade 3, as well as the professional development. Please, please do not allow that to happen. We cannot fail our students. And Senator Brennan, you are correct when you say we're making this way too hard. You are spot on. It is not that hard. Everyone needs to take a screener. It's valid and reliable. We can catch those students, and we need to catch them from kindergarten. We can't wait till 3rd grade and look at a Y-top score and say, oh, oops, we're failing our students. We need to know as soon as they're in kindergarten whether they're succeeding or not. We can tell that earlier. And if you read the research, you know that the sooner we get to students, the more successful they will be. We cannot wait till 3rd grade. The results are dismal with their future success. And I do not see, I'm sorry, and kudos for being at 69, 72%, but I'm sorry, you're still failing 1/3 of your students. If they're doing such fabulous things up there in that district, and they are for 69 to 72% of their students, why are we not talking about the 1/3 of students who are failing, who are at basic or below basic? Those are the students we're trying to reach. Those are the students who are possibly dyslexic or have reading difficulties. That's who we want to identify and get them interventions as quickly as possible. I look at this as playing Russian roulette with the students in our state. We cannot afford to play Russian roulette with our students' reading lives, with their future success in the working world, and as you've heard today, with their lives, literally with their lives. That cannot happen. And you may not care for my analogy very well when I refer to it as Russian roulette, but it's very real. And there should be no exemptions allowed to this bill. Not today, not tomorrow, and not next year, because we cannot afford to lose even one more child in this state by allowing exemptions.
Hi. I'm sorry. I'm Annie McLaughlin. I'm a parent, raising a grandchild, and I won't take too long because some of you know my story, but I would just like to agree with everything that was just said by this group, and also let you know that my grandson is 11, has went through a lot of trauma, and is, with the help of our attorney, receiving 1 hour a day, 5 days a week in the school system. He is responding wonderfully. He has scored for 4 years in Fastbridge and YTOP, high risk, 6%, 3%, 9%. He's one of those kids refusing to go to school, handsome on every sport team you can think of. His oral expression is probably better than mine. Severe, profound dyslexia. And science-based research does work. Now, he was a 4th grader when my husband and I took the initiative to have him evaluated. He was never child fined. They never said anything. He was just suffering. We took the initiative. He had an evaluation in Colorado, 20-page report. Orton Gillingham, intense, rigorous decoding and coding structured literacy program recommended. We got an attorney. We made it happen. He's on step 3.5 in a 12-step program. It's probably going to be about 36 months for him. But he comes home and he can read some paragraphs. He loves Meadowlark. He loves his teachers. He has a completely different perspective. So science-based research does work. And I would like to reiterate that, my God, he was in 4th grade. So this statute, although it's a start, we're ignoring the kids who have already been neglected. And it's a mental health issue for them. And it's a mental health issue for their families. It's a crisis. And there's thousands of them. And so I can't recommend enough the importance of taking seriously personnel development. The state has got to get serious about how they're going to systemically train specific teachers on science-based, rigorous, intensive programs, because that's what these kids thrive on. And Jaden's going to be a success story. But it was sad that I was just one of the parents who had the ability to make it happen. It shouldn't be that way. And that's all I have to say, and I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay.
We're at recess.